Get ready for the next battle, ladies, gentlemen, Zaydems, and everyone else in between. My name is SPF Dark. I'm coming at you live here at Under Pressure to bring you another edition of Prism Break. Now, before I get too ahead of myself, I am joined by someone here tonight.
Hello, everybody who is watching us right now, and welcome to Prism Break 14. I am Carnival, and I am joined by a co-commentator here, Dark, and we've got a very nice couple of sets coming at you tonight. This first one we are going to be looking at is Petrichor versus Wavebreaker, and as we can see here, we've got our map and mode list all set up in front of us.
Most definitely, Mahi Mahi Resort zones up first. I've said this once and I will say this again and again. Mahi Mahi zones is not a real map until that first 40 points drops and the water level drops. That's just a straight up fact with this map mode.
Absolutely. You don't really get any good gameplay, in my honest opinion, until you hit the water level drop and the map shifts. It's a very interesting mechanic, and I've honestly kind of fallen in love with it a little bit. After that, we've got some Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz, which I feel like is a classic on any single competitive playlist. I feel like I cannot get enough of Scorch Gorge clams.
And speaking of staples in competitive, we also have tower zones, tower control on Inkblot, but we'll get to that if we get to that part. Right now, zones Mahi Mahi. I already see a weapon that I always love to see, and that is not just one but two blasters in the lineup here.
Looking like two blasters, a Nautilus, a pencil. We also have what appears to be a 96 Gal Deca, which is a very interesting choice, but that long range is definitely going to help on a map that is so long range heavy like Mahi Mahi is in those first couple of seconds there. As we can see, Wavebreakers already has control of the zone and they are ticking down. We're past 80 now, and it doesn't seem like Petrichor is going to be able to grab a hold on it just yet.
It's a hard hold right here for both teams. Whoever typically gets that first zone flip into their favor typically can cruise out up to that first 40 points when the water level drops. Until then, it's a very hard thing to push past through on these choke points. And because Wavebreaker did get that first zone flip, they're already keeping the momentum going without a double kill, perhaps even a triple kill against Petrichor as they're just struggling to get past this chokehold.
Oh my goodness, that Kraken was out for blood. We can see we are already down to the last 30 points of the match. Wavebreaker has had a hold on this zone in their grasp the entire game. They are playing so well, just making sure to press that advantage one after the other. As we can see, they lose control, but Petrichor is unable to cap that zone with that last second triple splashdown, and it is... Oh, it's over.
Oh man, that Petrichor were holding on for as long as they could there at the end, trying to flip that zone from Breaker to try to hopefully stay alive for a little bit longer, but just wasn't enough. The momentum built from them was just too much for Petrichor to handle, and even with that first opening from Wavebreaker, getting the map opened up wider for giving Petrichor more chances to possibly push in and possibly get some momentum going, it just still wasn't enough at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Wavebreaker showing an amazing first match against Petrichor. We can see that Kraken gameplay right there, getting the double, but unfortunately going down. That was one of the more pivotal moments here. For just keeping Petrichor out of the zone for as long as possible, which worked so well to get Wavebreaker that early win. That was 3:33 left on the board, and they win. It's such a fast zones time. I felt like I blinked and it was over.
Yeah, yeah, that definitely was a game where if you blink, you will miss it. Petrichor just couldn't really quite had the tools in their tool belt right now to play up against Wavebreaker on this first game, but that is just the first game. They still have another shot here. Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz coming right up for you, and I am eager to see exactly what these teams are going to be bringing out here instead. The blasters may not see as much use here because I always find myself struggling using blaster on a map like this. There's just too many like open sight lines and open areas for you to properly like just be an annoying little menace with that weapon.
And alternatively, we might see some more use out of those long and mid-ranged weapons that Petrichor were running in that first match, especially with that Nautilus and Pencil combo. Two excellent picks, I think, for Scorch Gorge. There are a lot of high-up places for them to lurk around and rain down ink on their opponents. As a fellow Nautilus user myself, I find it quite fun.
Yeah, and another thing to point out here on this map specifically is that the ramps leading up to the clam baskets are very vital to attack or defend. How well you maintain control over those ramps, as well as how well you can just keep fending off your opponents from that ramp, will dictate most of your success here in this game. Those ramp controls are so strong, and yes, there is a side route on the left-hand side to go over the grate to try and push through there, but no one really goes that route. It's very hard to actually get anything going off there. So I'm eager to see exactly if any one of these teams will maybe take those ramps instead for once.
And we have a brush on the side of Wavebreaker. We know exactly what that brush is going to be doing, as Wavebreaker already has 10 clams on their side. It already has a power clam. It's not even 30 seconds into the match, and they are already in extreme control of the clam economy here. We see the brush. It is in mid, trying to be as best of annoyance as humanly possible, as brushes tend to be. As we can see that power clam inching forward, trying their best to get an opening for them to move forward, with that Nautilus not finding any purchase in getting anybody down quite yet. They're taking the grades.
An attempt to try and pull some attention away from mid, allowing Petrichor a bit more of an opportunity to try here to reclaim mid and potentially get some more clams under their academy. But no, Wavebreaker is proving a bit too strong as they take two players down, once again forcing the third player to jump out. Even with the tactical online, Petrichor is forced to be on the back foot as Wavebreaker gets ready for this first big push.
Oh my goodness. You see it, and they just dunk it right in that power clam right in that power basket from that bubble. As we see that brush coming along the other side, making sure that basket area is clear for more clams to be thrown into that basket. We can see that Wavebreaker has already gotten Petrichor's basket down to 47 points. But they don't have any more clams to throw in there quite yet, as Petrichor retakes their spawn and regroups from that absolutely awe-inspiring assault.
A awe-inspiring assault indeed. A great opening push. 53 clams in the first push of this game is something to be proud of here, as Wavebreaker are just looking to hold on to mid as best they can. They get one pick, potentially a second pick here as Blaster goes in. Splashdown comes down and takes two with it. That's gonna make things a bit more stable here in the midline as Petrichor is slowly inching forward, pushing Wavebreaker back bit by bit.
You can see those Splat Dualies trying their best to maneuver behind that wall that was set up by that 96 Cal. Kraken is out and about, trying its best to get that pencil, but to no avail as the dreaded grate makes it fall.
It's a stalemate once again from both of these sides.
Ooh.
But Wavebreaker has the bit of the advantage. But as I say, that two does go down, meaning Petrichor, this is their chance to try and get something going, anything going at all, as they are just fighting it out under the bubble, under the wall, potentially just trying to zone them out even more. The power clam does not get formed. You don't have the power clams at the ready to try and get some points under your name. So it's going to be a bit of a difficult push and hold here if you can't get that power clam there.
Wavebreaker is 2 down underneath that basket, but like you said, there is not a single power clam in sight until just now as they jump in and break that basket with that power clam and start loading in the rest of those clams into that basket. But Wavebreaker is not taking it that easily as they push forward with that Kraken to try and dispel Petrichor. With Petrichor going 2 down, they have no choice but to retreat back into mid.
Ooh, taking them all the way down to 62 points remaining for Petrichor. It's not as good as Wavebreaker, what they did before, but it's still a pretty decent push nonetheless. 1 minute remaining on this match as we have one player down from Wavebreaker. Petrichor looking to play it slowly just for a little bit longer as they try to regroup, get their Panda Conley in at the ready for this upcoming push. The splashdown goes in and misses as his Julius is going in deep to try and pull some more attention for Petrichor.
And we can see it is working as we get that power claim in the basket with that crab being a distraction to Wavebreaker. It was their bad to go right after that crab, and they are now 3 down as Petrichor takes the lead and wipes out Wavebreaker. Their basket is open and they are just piling the clams in there. What an incredible play.
A very dangerous situation for Wavebreaker. 20 seconds remaining, and Petrichor only has 16 points remaining. They had to play this very smartly if they don't want to try and let this game slip away. But I think they managed to at least successfully defend from Petrichor from scoring any more clams here and now. But as we head to the final countdown with the power clam in possession, we're going to be heading into overtime. The Kraken going in to create some space, and along with the Killer Whale to create even more chaos. The Bubbler to hold on to more space as they're getting in for their own push. Flash down comes in to create some more space in the backline, and they do manage to get it done. Not before a wipeout on their end. Unfortunately, that is game.
That is indeed a game. Petrichor putting together an incredible offense towards the end there to get their points all the way down to 16 as opposed to the 40 or so that Wavebreaker had. Unfortunately, Wavebreaker wiping out was their doom right at the end there. Don't throw Power Clam into the basket if you can't back it up with the clams necessary to win. Oh, look at that fist bump. That was excellent.
Fist bumps, the coveted extra credit at the end of the matches, but no, Petrichor did a phenomenal job here playing it as patiently as they did. Wavebreaker got that huge opening on their first push, but they didn't let that fall to them, Petrichor at the very least, as they waited to the very end to gear up for a proper push, and they delivered.
Absolutely did. Petrichor showing that they are not out of this entire set yet. They are forcing that game 3 to make sure that Wavebreaker knows what they are made of. We can see that we have Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control up next on the board. Petrichor and Wavebreaker both 1-1, and this last match will determine who the winner of this set will be.
Things are looking a bit tense here. I'm not sure if we have a loser's bracket here in Prism Break, but what I do know is that no matter the outcome, we do have a loser's bracket here. So whoever loses
In
here,
fact, we do have a bracket.
Whoever loses here will get sent over on to losers. So I'm not sure anyone wants to start off this early off in losers bracket. So this is going to be a fight to just try and stay alive for as long as they can.
Absolutely. And that blaster, I feel, will be very useful on this specific map, on this specific mode, in fact, because I feel like you see a lot of blasters when it comes to tower control.
I love blasters playing tower control. That's all I gotta say about that. Especially on Inkblot Art Academy. There's something about this map geometry that really just, if you can get started and get going with the blasters, you can be an absolute menace here. So I do expect at least 1 or 2 blasters returning here on Inkblot Tower Control. And I'm very excited to see exactly if my prediction will be right as both of these two teams load in onto this next and final game of the sets.
Absolutely. And as I was just saying, there's that 2 blasters being put back out with an E-leader, interestingly, on the side of Wavebreaker. That extra range will definitely help them out a lot, especially on Inkblot, I feel.
Absolutely, that range is going to be a threat to Petrichor, especially going up against that pencil, who doesn't really have... He's not known to be a very long-range weapon, and already that pencil was down immediately from Petrichor. Wavebreaker gets that opening gamma, and they're already marching into that first checkpoint with Petrichor crapping the crab in the process.
Oh my goodness. Just as soon as you said that pencil went down, as you said, we can see that Wavebreaker has control of the mid area, but not quite of the tower just yet. They barely hit first checkpoint on that last one. We can see those dualies being an absolute menace on their ramp as Wavebreaker goes 2 down. But that Kraken comes out, and it's a Kraken versus Crab fight, and I think the Crab is losing. Oh my goodness. Just an immediate crab break from that Kraken.
Specials are being used left and right on this push. First checkpoint potentially going to Petrichor as Wavebreaker is still just sitting on their platform, and that is first checkpoint for Petrichor. Even though this push is probably good as gone there, that they at least got this first checkpoint on one of their first early pushes.
Absolutely. It has just been a back and forth fight between these two teams here. They are at checkpoint 1 though, and they are just absolutely going ham on each other. As we can see that Kraken on Wavebreaker's side coming out and going straight for blood, but not for long as they are stopped by Petrichor. Oh my goodness, Wavebreaker goes 3 down, and Petrichor immediately takes this opportunity to push into mid and try their best to get rid of the last remaining ones, with those splat dualies just absolutely taking the cake on every single kill we've seen on cam so far.
Petrichor is starting to build up some momentum here as they're getting closer and closer to that lead swap. One player now from Wavebreaker, but it means that's one less body to ready to defend that, and that is a lead swap from this game. And the splashdown comes in to create some more space. The blaster is taken out immediately on top of the crab tank to try and create even more space. Petrichor is slowly building this momentum from a snowball to an avalanche as they're marching on to that final checkpoint. And with 3 players down for Wavebreaker, the Kraken coming out as the last effort to just try to stay alive in this game for a little bit longer. Petrichor is still going and going, and I think with no opposition, that's gonna be game.
Yes! We see Petrichor absolutely taking that set and running with it. Oh my goodness, what an incredible reverse sweep on their end there, as they decided not to get too disheartened over Wavebreaker's first win, and they have really pulled themselves together at the end there, which was incredible. We can see that first fight in mid was just back and forth constantly, like how it usually is on Inkblot. That crab just immediately trying their best to gain space, but unfortunately Wavebreaker getting that early lead and then falling apart towards the end was just something incredible to watch as Petrichor pulled themselves together and just slid it all the way into the goal with ease, I might add.
Yeah, you can absolutely see Petrichor throughout this entire set slowly learn Wavebreaker and slowly learn exactly what makes them tick and what they need to do to properly beat them out. First game was a bit of a struggle where they couldn't really do too much on that first game. The second game, it was a bit of a tighter game. It really came down to an overtime as Petrichor, even though they got the big lead, big game-winning push at the end, it still went in overtime. It could have gone to Wavebreaker with a head on in the end. And now, game 3, Petrichor just utterly cleaned the floor with Wavebreaker on this one. It was such a fascinating thing to see.
Absolutely. Inkblot, especially on tower, I feel like it's such a steamrolling map when you get it right. It goes from, like you said, from a snowball to an avalanche. They just absolutely took that lead switch and just ran all the way to the end with it.
Yeah, no, that area from the second checkpoint heading into the third checkpoint is such a dangerous thing to be to be at. But God, man, these two teams did extraordinarily well, and I'm very excited to see exactly what they're going to be doing next. But I believe we'll be taking a quick break as we're getting our next games ready. So don't go anywhere just yet. Take your water break, take your snack break, take the bathroom break. We'll be right back after this short break.
And hello, everybody. Welcome back to Prism Break. I hope your water break and eating break and bathroom break, whatever you did on the break, was enjoyable. We are back for the quarterfinals, BO3. That is Pickup Name Go versus Incognito. And we, again, are joined by Dark.
Hello, it is I, the loud man I've been made to myself known as. But yes, as you mentioned, Carnival, it is Pickup Name Go versus Incognito. And the first matchup on this set, best of 3 sets, Hagglefish Market Zones. A very, very much fan favorite here in this community.
Haggle Zones. Haggle Zones. We see on the side of Pickup Name Go, we have a Zimmy, which is a very interesting choice. I love to see a Zimmy in the comp. That Zimmy pencil bucket, we've got a roller, and then we have a shot, Dapples, pencil, and a splash on the side of Incognito. And it has just become a absolute bloodbath in mid with that pencil on Incognito's just going ham on mid there with that shot. That was incredible. As they take the early cap of the zone.
And an explosive beginning from both of these two teams turns into Pickup Name Go, having such a huge control over mid, such a good control over this ramp leading up, but the Izuka comes up to try and create some space for Incognito, but they don't get any picks off of that, and Pickup Name Go keeps this pressure going up, keeping Incognito pushed back further and further with each passing second.
And how much farther can you go than the platform right outside of spawn? Pickup Name Go is trying their best to push Incognito all the way back there, but we can see those specials going off all at once, trying their best to push back into mid, but Pickup Name Go still has control of the zone, and they are actively ticking it down. We're past 20 now, going on 15. and Incognito is having a really hard time getting back into mid, and I don't think they're going to be able to get back in there by the time that 3, 2, 1 and the zone goes to pickup name. Wow, what an they saw the opportunity to push and just kept on pushing, as you can see from that paint map in front of us. Woof.
Yeah, just wow is all I have to say from that game. It was just an incredible thing to see, just how far pushed back they were able to keep Incognito from. Like, pick up name go they had every tool in their disposal to keep Incognito properly staggered, properly pushed back, and the Incognito just couldn't recover fast enough, even with the aid of like tactical or ink strikes, free slider as we see here. This could have been a very good way for them to flip the zone, but it just kind of fell apart from pick up name go. They were just too much of a they just had too much of a strong presence here over the zone for Incognito to do much of anything.
Absolutely. Like I said, Zimmy is a strange choice to bring, especially to such a meta-infested everything that we have going on there, but it seemed to work very well for them. And up next, we have Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, which you don't really see that much.
No, you really don't see this map mode
I
much at all.
Last time I saw Scorch Rainmaker.
No, I think the last time I've seen it is in my off time playing this game in solo queue. Like, I genuinely don't see this map mode at all. But here we are, seeing it here at Prism Break, and I don't really have much to say that I haven't said about Clam's Scorch already. It's like oh, wait a minute. Are we... Ooh, there's been adjustment. It seems to be museum. Ah, museum Rainmaker.
Ah, museum Rainmaker. See, that's a normal... mode. I was like, Scorch Rainmaker? That's a weird one.
Yeah.
No, Museum Rainmaker, much more active of a map mode in the competitive community. There are a couple of ways you can go over the spinner, or you try your best to charge up the ramp. More times out of not, you're gonna want to go across the spinner while somebody distracts the other team on the ramp. As we swing right into this match, we will see if these comps have changed at all. And it looks like we have the Decapitator!
Man, each and every passing wait, I just realized that is our caster on the one of the teams. There seems to be a wee bit of an issue that we're sorting out here.
It's okay. We persevere.
Let's
try this again.
Yeah, take number 2.
It happens.
Long day for some folks, and whatever the issue might be, it is what it is. It happens, as you said, and as we see here. I'm
really do like that.
Yeah, I'm interested to know, see if they're actually going to keep this shot, the Dapples and the E-Leader on their side or not.
I hope so. I like Dapples.
Yeah, Dapples is a weapon I have a love-hate relationship. Well, my own weapon opinions can be saved for later, as we're now properly heading into the second match of this set.
And we still, again, have the Decapitator, which is honestly one of my favorite new weapons that they have given us. And we are instantaneously seeing people go down in the first 10 seconds of this match. Incognito goes 2 down as Pickup Name Go picks up the Rainmaker, and they make the jump and dunk it on that checkpoint from the spinner, which is such an incredible move. They are here, they are ready to show Incognito what it is like to be in the losers bracket as they push the Rainmaker forward once again. I've said this before on many things that I have streamed, but some people are just truly Rainmaker mains.
Oh And pick up them go, taking this Rainmaker down to 10 points and remaining, and they're still going at it, getting it down to 5, just even closer. Incognito has no room to breathe right now, finally being able to push pick up them go out of their side of the map, out of that main plat spinner, back into mid as they're taking this Rainmaker down, hopefully dropping down that ledge, not taking it down to the Rainmaker free zone, hopefully anyways, as they're trying to see exactly if they can recover some of the damage that has been done.
Ooh, Kraken. Oh my goodness, and they also managed to dunk that Rainmaker onto the checkpoint, doing a little bit of a distracted maneuver there with that Kraken going after pickup name go. It is Incognito's turn now to pop the Rainmaker and move forward as best as they can, but pickup name go is just not letting them go off that easily as they have eyes on the Rainmaker at all times, but they go 2 down. Oh no!
This is a bit of a tight situation for pick up name go, even though they had that such a beautiful opening on their end. They're slowly dwindling down, but then they get a beautiful slide from Incognito to hopefully slow them down a bit. And we're going to see here exactly if that slide didn't lead too much of anything, and it did, as that Rainmaker is shut down before much could be done, as this strikes do come out to create more space and flush Incognito out properly.
And as they are flushing Incognito out properly, those Dapple Doolies rolling around on top. They are letting those jumps in, but it is all for naught as the Rainmaker is already going and kills one with the Rainmaker, trying to get a kill on the other, but unable to do much of anything. They pick up a soda and they're just getting attacked on both sides as we see that Reefs leader go in, and I think it just blew up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, it went in from the deep angle and it got the Rainmaker shut down, and not only did they get that Rainmaker shut down, it is at a bit of a hard stuck situation to actually pick up that Rainmaker where if Incognito can't pick it up, it's on top of the wall. If Incognito can't take it down, then they just lose this game by default because pickup name goes definitely not going to try and want to get that down from there.
I don't think I've ever seen the Rainmaker hit in that spot before. That is an unfortunate situation. The best that they can do is just wait for that reset, as they do here. You see those sodas come out, and pickup name go does get the pop once again, as they are just rushing forward with that Rainmaker, waiting for a space to be cleared on Incognito's little spinny platform there. But that Kraken is out and mercilessly chasing the Rainmaker until it pops once again. This poor Rainmaker cannot catch a break.
Yeah, no, the pickup name go. He's choosing the stalling way to go, just sitting up on top of that unequal ledge and just zoning Incognito out, forcing them to play a bit more aggressively than they should have. And that stall seems to be working out as we're already in the final minute of this game. 49 points remaining from Incognito versus pickup name goes 5 points remaining. This is not looking good for them, but if they can get the proper picks like they are getting here, this could be a shift of tides for them. 38 seconds remaining, the Rainmaker is popped, and they're gonna pick it up and see exactly what can be done in these final moments.
They are trying their best to scooch that Rainmaker forward, but with 2 people down on Incognito's side, the wipeout from that bomb! Oh my goodness!
Oh man, that's not what you want to see there. A wipeout right as you get your push starting, but stopping the Rainmaker in the final 10 seconds could have undid all that damage that's been done. If Incognito can get the Rainmaker pop and pick up the Rainmaker, but pick up the goes, not letting it pop at all with no time in overtime. This game is going to pick up name go.
Pickup name go takes the set right out from underneath Incognito's. Oh my goodness, that last minute of the match was so intense with the wipeout and then the Rainmaker pop at 10 seconds. They were gonna have to swim as fast as they possibly could to that podium in order to get that win, with pickup name go having such an early lead. As we can see here, that incredible first push was all they needed to win. As long as they could keep their defense up, Incognito could not get past them, even if they tried.
Yeah, no, Pick 'em and Go definitely chose the option of just making sure Incognito couldn't push past them at all, choosing to use their such a huge tempo advantage to just keep Incognito's slow down as best they can, stalled out the timer, and at the end of the day, that is what won them the game, just being able to stall Incognito out. But man, what an unfortunate thing that ending has to be, where it could have been a potential overtime win there if they played their cards right from Incognito, but that's just not how history panned out to be.
That was a very intense match that we saw there. Oh my goodness, I'm still kind of like in awe. It was wonderful. That was brilliant.
Yeah, man.
On this one.
I'm still at a loss of words at
Ooh,
that ending there. Like,
speechless.
yeah, it's man. I to simplify my thoughts about that last game. I love Splatoon, and I think
The
here in
carnival
the
was too
community,
stunned to speak.
yeah, I think here in this community, I think that this statement goes without saying, but we love Splatoon, and that's all. That's my closing statement with that last match.
Yeah, ooh. We're going into going into the next break here. Make sure to, like we said, get some water in your system. Go to the bathroom if you have to. It's fine. We'll still be here when you get back. Take a break. Take a breather. citizens.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, Zaydams and everyone else in between. My name is SPF Dark, and I'm here with Carnival and bringing you our next set here, Honkai versus Love at First Sight.
We are in the quarterfinals yet again as we hop right into our first match of Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. Once again, Haggle Zones time. We see another Zimmy on the side of Love at First Sight. Zimmy seems to be a very popular choice tonight. We also are looking at a blaster, range blaster specifically, I can see on Honkai's side. Let's get right into the match. We see that there's the usual bloodbath in mid as Love at First Sight is doing their best to try with that Tenterbrella push in and get the cap. Oh my goodness, with Honkai going 3 down and just, ooh! Wait, no, I was wrong, I think. No. Sorry, colors are hard.
Colors can be hard sometimes in a game as hectic as this, as both Honkai and Love at First Sight are just going blow for blow. 2 down for Love at First Sight, 1 down for Honkai. Tactical at the ready for Honkai, meaning they have the pushing power here. They need to try and flush the remaining members of Love at First Sight out as need be. Another player down for Love at First Sight, meaning they're facing a lockout situation now here as Honkai just keeps this momentum building and pushing, trying to recuperate some of the points they lost against Love at First Sight.
You see that Trizuka coming out against that tent, and looks like they do get a pick off of that tent, which is good because that tent was just absolutely bodying them in the first couple of seconds of that match as Honkai takes the lead, but not for long as Love at First Sight regains control of the map, but again, not for long as Honkai is just up in mid doing their best to make sure that they get control back. But that tent, like I said, is just being an absolute menace. We can see that tent fighting a crab and winning somehow.
The tent is a very funny weapon. As someone who actually plays that weapon from time to time, I gotta say, being in the front lines, just harassing anyone you see is this thing you want to do to just try and infuse your power as best you can. And it may be starting to backfire here as Honkai now has taken the lead, and they're keeping Love at First Sight back up once again as this momentum is starting to build up very high, very hard to push past. Love at First Sight should only have 25 ticks remaining on this zone if they want to try and stay alive in this game a little bit longer. They gotta rush it here and now to try and neutralize it as best they can, but with 2 players down, with a wipeout down, I'm sorry, that's gonna be game!
Oh my goodness, that last minute wipeout just absolutely securing Honkai the win, as we saw them recover very quickly from Love at First Sight's early lead there. Goodness gracious.
Oh man, I gotta give it to the Ten Umbrella. That Ten Umbrella really put in the work this game and just pretty much gave this victory here for them.
I had the Ten Umbrella.
Yeah, I love Ten Umbrella, and that's all I gotta say.
Anybody who's brave enough to bring a Tenterbrella to an uncapped tournament has like my entire heart. Shout out to that Tenterbrella player.
Oh, yeah, it was Love at First Sight's Tenterbrella is really putting in the work against the front line or against the back line and just being a harassment, but unfortunately, it didn't actually net them this win here as Honkai were able to recover from it and able to keep Love at First Sight out as long as they did. And man, oh man, what a first game.
And speaking of games, we are going into the second one as we have Museum Rainmaker as per last time. As Honkai is in the lead with 1 point against Love at First Sight's 0 points. And again, this is a best of 3, so if Honkai wins this one, then it will be set over. But let's see if Love at First Sight can force everybody into a game 3. Here's hoping. We've seen some very, very fun matches tonight.
Yeah, a lot of these a lot of these matches have been very fun to watch and very fun to cast, and I cannot wait. Just exactly how what this next outcome might be as we head into the Rainmaker Museum Doll Fancy. We see some of the same weapons come out once again. We do see some familiar weapons come out once again, and we do see a brush come out from Love at First Sight.
That brush is back, as well as that tent umbrella played by Nether on the side at Love at First Sight. As we can see that both teams are going directly into mid, but Love at First Sight gets the first pop of the Rainmaker, but they're unable to do much with it as Honkai just immediately charges into mid, making sure to keep as good of a hold of mid as they can. That brush I just saw go straight into Honkai's platform and off two of them. As that crab, we can see, is parked there providing jumps for their team, but unfortunately, Love at First Sight has the Rainmaker, but not quite a clear place to push into yet. As, oh my goodness, I'm pretty sure I just saw that Rainmaker kill those dualies.
It's just utter chaos. There's constantly fighting between these two teams, out in mid, out on the side lanes, out on just any possible angle you could probably think of. Here, the brush comes in from out of nowhere, takes the pick over the heavy edit, and just jumps on out of there without a punish. Never punished, indeed, as Honkai are just trying to play it out slowly, trying to see exactly if they can get some momentum going on their side, especially with 3 specials being used. That could potentially be a checkpoint check for them.
You gotta hand it to Brush players, man. They've come up with the craziest plays, I swear. Honkai is unable to get the checkpoint popped completely, though, as Love at First Sight is keeping a grip on their platform. We can see it. Oh my goodness! I thought we were about to see a sick play from those dualies there, but unfortunately they do go down. Honkai is 2 down. The Rainmaker has reset, and Love at First Sight has set their sights on the Rainmaker as they go for the pop, get it, and begin to move forward into mid.
With Tactical online, this could be the advantage Love at First Sight need to try and leverage some momentum on their side, but Honkai also has Tactical at the ready on their side. The Brella just nicking the players from Honkai and just utterly keeping them still. In the midst of that chaos, Honkai did manage to get that first checkpoint onto their side, meaning they're currently in the lead. They're looking to extend this lead as best they can as they have players left and right attacking from every possible angle you can imagine on this spinner.
Oh my goodness, they drop down into the Rainmaker free zone, which is an unfortunate day for them. They are just pushing forward with as much as they can muster, but unfortunately unable to get it much farther than that 32-point mark as Love at First Sight rounds up the most of... Oh my gosh, Love at First Sight is just... It's just a back and forth. It's an absolute bloodbath on this spinner platform here. As Love at First Sight is trying their best to get the Rainmaker out of their zone with just as much effort as Honkai is putting in to get the Rainmaker further into their zone. I'm not sure how that heavy at it didn't get hit by all those shots just shot at it, but hey, if it works, it works, right?
I think that might have been a small hiccup in that player's internet here, but we see Love at First Sight. They're trying to get this Rainmaker as far forward as they can, maybe potentially even possibly get to that checkpoint, but no, Honkai just collapses on the Rainmaker and cleans up mid and cleans up every possible angle. And this heavy edit knows that this brush is here on the left side, just waiting for them to peek out, and they get denied immediately with the Rainmaker resetting back to mid. The lead still in Honkai's favor. They're looking to try and play this as slowly as they can, not playing the Love at First Sight's hands, and to prevent any possible mistakes they can make to just deliver this Rainmaker to them.
Yeah, it is just absolute back and forth here. Honkai has a very sizable lead on Love at First Sight, and they are making some very sizable plays, but unfortunately they do go 2 down. But they take the Rainmaker and just swim it off the side of the spinner, as one does. They are still 2 down, though, which means that Love at First Sight has the advantage state. They just need to grab the Rainmaker and push that advantage state to, well, their advantage. But, ooh! A direct hit from That Trizuka unfortunately brings them one down, and they go another one down as well as that Rainmaker gets pushed into a corner, and with only 10 seconds left, it seems like Honkai has the advantage here.
Yeah, this is a very hard thing to try and call here. Honkai needs to make sure that Rainmaker doesn't get picked up, but the Dualies does not get the pick they need to try and stop that Rainmaker pickup, and they have the potential, but out of nowhere, the Rainmaker is... What even happened there?
I'm not even sure. I was looking at it with all my heart and my eyes, and I did not understand what that play was, but we will see hopefully in the replays so we can dissect what the hell just happened here.
My best guess might be that there was a stray bomb there. I think that's the only way that could have happened, because I just... No one was near the Rainmaker there for love at first sight. Honkai were completely out of the picture, but Rainmaker dropped for some reason.
It's always those stray bombs on Rainmaker, I swear.
Oh man, what a game regardless though. Both of these two teams were fighting tooth and nail against each other to try and get anything going. Well, unfortunately, it is Honkai that managed to get such a huge lead that Love at First Sight couldn't do anything about it. And yeah, this moment right here I want to see, because Love at First Sight completely surrounded this Rainmaker here. The Dualies unfortunately got that miss, and I don't know what... It had to have been a bomb.
Oh! It was the shot. It looked like it was the shot right there. I think the shot might have gotten the Rainmaker with a stray bomb, unless it was...
Yeah, that was a stray bomb right there. Yeah, it was a bomb that got that Rainmaker there at the very... Oh, that's gotta sting, man.
Oof. Well, after that intense match, Honkai is moving on while Love at First Sight gets unfortunately kicked into the losers bracket, but they have a chance to redeem themselves. Oof. My head is still kind of reeling after that one. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, like when there's so many moving pieces and parts that you just can't really figure out like what happened right in front of you. Man, this losers bracket definitely will be an interesting thing to see. So don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be right back after this quick break. So get your water break, snack break, bathroom break, and stay tuned for once we come back with our next set.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Prison Break. It's still me, Carnival, and I'm still joined by Dark. We are in the semi-finals. It is best of 5, and we have Lollipop versus Retro Records on the screen right now. As we can see, look at all those beautiful map modes.
Beautiful map modes indeed. Now, in a best of 5, one extra match to win in order to make it on through your set. First up, though, you gotta get through Robo Ramen Zones, a map mode I very much love, and I will go to the end of my time zone sing my praises for it. I love it so much.
After that, it looks like we've got, oh my goodness, Sturgeon Tower. All the real homies who know me know I love a good Sturgeon Tower. But we're not right there right now. We're on Splat Zones, Robo Ramen Splat Zones. I swear to God, I can never say that name correctly. Okay. Let us immediately jump in here where we have both teams making a run for mid. And we can see here Lollipop is taking most of the zone as their own, but Retro Records with that brush is just, again, as brushes do, being a little bit of an annoyance, but not for long as Lollipop takes the first cap of the zone going in.
What a clean shot from that splash. We're getting those 2 for 1 before getting sent back to the spawn room. So, man, wow. Okay, Lollipop looking to just try and back up a little bit and make sure they don't fall too straight to Retro Records' own momentum gaining up here. The zone hasn't been flipped quite yet, so it still could be Lollipop's zone here if they manage to outpaint it, but the pressure is a bit too much. They do get that pick. They need to try and neutralize the zone once again, but the penalty points have been given, and now they gotta wait a few extra seconds longer if they want to try and start extending their lead even further.
And as they are waiting those couple extra seconds, the ticks do tick down and they go right back into it as they keep a really good grip on the sides of Retro Records area here. We can see on that lower dip that shot is just moving and grooving. They are shooting that Trizuka from a very strange place, but it seems to work in pushing Retro Records just a little bit further away, but that cap with the reef slider was incredible, but unfortunately for them, Lollipop is still in the lead.
Yeah, the price was given to get that zone flipped, to get the permanent points for Lollipop. Retro Records, though, are looking to keep this aggression going as this Brush is doing Brush things, playing very much on the front lines, but they do get picked out. With that second player down, this zone will once again go to Lollipop, letting them eat through those permanent points yet again. Retro Records forced to back up, jump out, and regroup and get ready for another push. Potentially one of the last few pushes they might be able to get if they don't win this next team fight.
We can see that crab being popped on this side of Retro Records, but not getting much use out of it as they are just pushed back by that bomb off their optimal crabbing spot. We can see Lollipop coming over here for an excellent flank. They are just right behind Retro Records. They get one, they get two, and we're gonna see, oh, not a triple, but a double is good enough with an excellent flank.
Oh, and I think that might have been a bit too much damage for Retro Records to be able to recover. With only 10 seconds remaining on the zone, it's going to be a rush to try and at least neutralize the zone as fast as they can using whatever tools they have. The crab take does come out, but it's not fast enough. Lollipop takes this first game.
They were on that zone and kept on it. What an incredible knockout victory for Lollipop. They were easily able to just absolutely go ham on that zone, and Retro Records didn't seem like they had an answer to what Lollipop had to bring to the table.
Yeah, it was a very hard thing to play up against, especially with how well and how aggressive the shooter weapons from Lollipop are. I want to point out, this is a triple shooter comp with the pencil in the middle of all that going up against Retro Records. So it's a bit of a, if you don't have the proper weapon lineup to deal with it, it's a bit of a difficult thing to try and fight up against. But I am eager and hopeful to see at least if Retro Records can make the adjustments they need in this next upcoming game. But man, those flanks from the shot, I think is really what sealed the game here.
Absolutely. And as you said, a triple shooter lineup is quite difficult to go against if you're not knowing what you're up against, especially with such an aggressive comp that Lollipop seems to be. As we move into our ship-shaped cargo tower control map, we are probably going to see a little bit more aggressiveness on the side of Lollipop. But I wonder if Retro Records is going to be able to combat that aggressiveness with a tight defense. I really hope they do.
Yeah, this map most specifically really does give credence to a lot of the teams who play more aggressively. There is the points, the area between the first checkpoint and the second checkpoint is really a snowball area, and you got to be very mindful of where that tower is along that path. For once it gets to that second checkpoint, you're pretty much at the danger zone if that checkpoint does get passed through. So you got to be very mindful on that path between the first and second checkpoint. And we're going to be seeing here exactly what these two teams will be bringing to the table this time around. I do see the bucket being switched out for one of the shooter weapons.
And that bucket is absolutely out for blood. Those triple ink strikes are going to be very helpful on the tower as a last-minute sort of cheese to make sure that the tower stays there all the way to the goal. And as we said earlier, Lollipop being very aggressive from the get-go, being able to just take one after the other from Retro Records. We see those triple ink strikes coming out as that bucket is doing their best to keep everything off of that tower. And they are already at checkpoint 2. Like you said, this is a very snowbally map if you have the right comp.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous situation here with 3 players down, a potentially delayed wipeout. That game is just an utter cleanup for Lollipop. No contention from Records whatsoever.
Oh my goodness, you saw that Lollipop didn't even give them a chance to breathe near that tower. With that double shooter with the bucket, it was just absolutely too much for them to handle. As we are going into the match point here, I am really hoping that Retro Records is going to be able to turn this around.
Yeah, this is definitely where pressure is gonna really start hitting. Your match point already here in this far into the bracket, even though you still do have losers brackets to fall back on, no one ever wants to go to losers bracket at all. So you kind of want to avoid and put off going into loser brackets, if at all, for as long as you can. And now you're sitting at match point. Retro Records the first two games have been pretty strong for Lollipop. The game even more strong for them. So heading into Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, it's just a question of what Retro Records is gonna do to try and offset some of that high aggression that Lollipops has been bringing.
And like you were saying, Scorch Gorge is kind of a weird one for, specifically, you said blasters, I remember, because it has a lot of open space. And I feel like that open space is going to be very helpful for such an aggressive comp by Lollipop. But I'm not sure if they will be able to get the pop of the Rainmaker on time for Retro Records to take their place in mid. But we will see how that goes.
Yeah, it's definitely a question of who's going to be able to use this wide open space to their best to the best ability, and it still might be Lollipop being able to use them to their best ability. We do see the paintbrush come out once again over at Retro Records, so that might be able to good hit and run tactics on that end, but Lollipop's already got that first pop almost immediately.
Absolutely. We can see, like you said, Lollipop had that first pop immediately, but there's two down on either side, so it's a bit of a even balance here as we were going into mid, with that Rainmaker going down, unfortunately, but the players from Lollipop are unrelenting. They are just going up, taking space as much as they can, with that Rainmaker going over to the side of Lollipop. They're pushing forward, and Retro Records doesn't really have an answer for the Trizuka that has just taken place directly in their area. As we can see, Lollipop just got that first checkpoint with ease, and they are pushing forward with that crab, taking space and making sure that Retro Records stays off their back.
Yeah, Retro Records are definitely giving too much respect to Lollipop right now at this point. And they're doing a good job right now zoning out the Rainmaker as long as they can, as best they can, especially with 2 downs for Lollipop. They're to try and pick up the Rainmaker to push it up forward, at least for a little bit longer before eventually falling. Retro Records is able to pick it up and get ready for a reset, potentially even gearing up for their own push of their own with their first checkpoint as one player is down for each side. Retro Records looking to try and clear the area as best they can. 2 players from Lollipop are sitting at the back line, but the Rainmaker dropped from out of nowhere!
That Reef Slider was positioned perfectly to get Lollipop off of their back. Oh my goodness. Just as I was saying that, Lollipop is completely back up and in mid, ready to start wreaking havoc with that Rainmaker. So you see the pencil picked it up. They are just trying their best to make sure that they keep a hold on it so they can move forward. And looks like they're choosing to go across the grates. They are waiting for their teammates to clear up that top part, though.
In this position right now for Lollipop, you can't afford to actually go with the crates to try and score some quicker points. Taking it all the way down to 42 points remaining on their side. Retro Records just struggling to keep up with this aggression, struggling to keep up with Lollipop at this point at this stage of the game. And now 2 players are down for Lollipop, which means Retro Records does have the opportunity to try and flush them up properly and send them for a full delayed wipeout as this Rainmaker is popped and picked up once again as they gear up for their yet another push.
You see the cooler is coming out as the Rainmaker over here is just kind of stalling in mid. They are trying their best to find an advantage state for them to move forward, but Lollipop is not letting them go forward at all, even pushing them back into their own space. We saw that no retreat pop up, and it's just really a back and forth kind of area. Oh my goodness! That just miss from the Trizuka tells you all that you need to know about how aggressive Lollipop is being right here. But they go one down, and it seems like Retro Records might have found its groove, but unfortunately, Lollipop is ready for them as we see the Splash over here trying their best to keep that space clean. The Retro Records does get the checkpoint, but there is nobody left alive to defend the checkpoint.
2 players are down on each side. A very fateful duel on Sniper right now. Turns to in favor for Retro Records as they're going to be able to pick up the Rainmaker once again, using as much as they can to try and create more space, flush out Lollipop as best they can. The Killer Whale does a beautiful job getting that important pick off the splash, meaning that Lollipop is forced to back up a bit longer. And with that, they're going to be able to take lead. Lollipop is no longer in control of this game as Retro Records takes this game, and they keep on going with it. The Ink Flush does get the pick off with this pencil, and the Retire does create more space. The lead has been diminished, meaning Retro Records at only 11 points remaining.
Retro Records just easily taking that Rainmaker and pushing it as far forward as they can. Lollipop has almost 30 seconds left to get those points all the way down past 11 in order to win this set. But with Retro Records finally finding their footing here, I don't think they're going to be able to do that in time.
It's a very dangerous game right now for both of these two teams. Lollipop wanting to close out this set here and now. Retro Records are looking to try and fight with whatever tool they have to stay alive for at least one more game. And with one player down for Retro Records, they're looking to just give up space with the gear up for their own defense. But maybe a little bit too much space has been giving up as this crab take does get is set up and able to keep Retro Records back up. The Brush did try to assassinate the Rainmaker from all in the backline, but it was a failed attempt, and now this Rainmaker is slowly inching forward, playing the time the best they can as half of overtime's already gone.
Overtime is already gone, and that Rainmaker easily takes another one down off of that. With Retro Records 2 down, all that Rainmaker has to do is push forward as soon as they get the advantage state in order to win this game. But they are just sitting there, specials being thrown on either side from every which way. That Rainmaker is unable to progress. They are almost out of time to move forward. This is their final chance to be able to get that Rainmaker, as it looks like they are unable to progress any further as Retro Records forces a Game 4.
Man, Retro Records really brought it in at the end there, making sure that their opponents just weren't able to push past that choke at all, playing the time as best they can. Lollipop just were unable to break through anything, even though they showed such an aggression in the early game, being able to break through anything that Retro Records were throwing at them. At the end, it seemed to be reversed at that point.
Absolutely. And with Retro Records finding their newfound footing against such an aggressive comp like Lollipop has, I believe that they actually do have a chance here to force a game. Well, they are already forcing a Game 4, but in order to force a Game 5, they really need to keep on top of it, as we are moving forward to Mako Mart Splat Zones.
Mako Zones is a really
It's a map.
Well, here's the thing. I was gonna say, I really like this map mode. I personally just love being a menace. As I mentioned beforehand, I'm a blasted player through and through. So this map geometry just suits perfectly with the game plan that I want to do. But there are 3 key weapons that really also like this map mode too, as well. But the 3 weapons that really like this map mode specifically are blasters, are sloshers, and are rollers. If you have any of those 3 and you set up properly, you're gonna have a very hard time pushing past those weapons.
Listen, do not let me play Carbon on this map, because I will become an absolute menace. So we see a Nautilus coming out as also a Nautilus player. Massive respect to them for bringing a Nautilus to this map, because it gets kind of we're in the trenches here. Lollipop is going forward, and it looks like they're going to take an early cap within the first 10 seconds of the match being played. Oh my goodness, forgive me. I cannot speak English today. Retro Records wipes out though, and Lollipop again asserts their dominance and moves forward onto both of those stacks, taking control, which is vital for Mako Mart.
Yeah, this is where pressure is really going to start stacking now if it hasn't already. Retro Records are constantly fighting in a match point scenario, meaning any small mistakes like these have been going so far can just spell their utter doom as we get another wipeout from Retro Records. Lollipop is showing to be too strong right now, just maintaining such a map-wide control over everything and every possible route that Retro Records can try and take through. They're hoping to use tactical to try and break through some of the defenses, but the damage is already being done. 25 ticks and counting. They gotta do something now, and within the last minute flip from out of nowhere!
Oh my goodness, that flip might have just saved Retro Records some time, as now Lollipop has to go through a 40 tick barrier in between them and the rest of those points. As Retro Records seems to be fighting their footing just a little bit, but that Nautilus is making it nigh impossible for them to move any forward without help. And help has arrived in the form of the crab tank, and it takes down one of their members on Lollipop.
Retro Records bought some time for themselves here in this last game, but Lollipop is still proving to be too strong for them to be able to take full dominance over, as that's another wipe out with only 25 ticks remaining from this game. This is going to be the last team fight for Retro Records that they have to win, for if they lose here and now, that's going to be sputter, game, set, and match for them. And when they just face last minute struggle over the zone and another wipe out from Retro Records, Lollipop just cleans up this game and sends Retro Records down to the losers bracket.
3 wipeouts in one game is something you don't see every day, and Lollipop has made sure that they are not going to be forced onto a game 5, with them taking the set and, like you said, forcing Retro Records into the losers bracket. And unfortunately, a strong, aggressive comp like Lollipop was just absolutely dominating those past couple of sets. That was insane.
Oh, man. Just when things were starting to look up for Retro Records, winning that third game in Scorch Gorge, it just, something in this fourth game from Lollipop really just, they flipped the switch and just dominated the Retro Records, not giving them any breathing room, any just time to reconsider any other options other than just trying to go in for the zone to hopefully flip it and hopefully buy themselves some more time. It was such a just mad dash to stay alive from Retro Records.
Unfortunately, in those sorts of mad dashes, you're put there's a lot of pressure being put on the team itself. You start to go to more desperate measures to keep that push alive to try and flip the zone. And Lollipop knew that and knew that they were close to that point and played them like a fiddle.
Yeah, that is one way to say that. And just once again, this many wipeouts in such and genuinely such a short amount of time. This game was only like barely over 2 minutes long, by the way. Might I add, it was such.
Yeah, barely under 2 minutes. It was 2 minutes and 9 seconds if I counted correctly. So having 3 wipeouts in that short amount of time means that they were getting a wipeout a minute, which is insane.
Man, oh man, Retro Records unfortunately could not face up against Lollipop's such a dominance aggression from them. And now they're the ones who are to be sitting in winners finals as we're waiting for our next game. So don't go anywhere just yet, folks. We'll be right back after this quick break for our next and final set of our block. ladies and gentlemen, ladies and everyone else in between, we're back with our next and final set of this block. My name is SPF Dark. I'm here with Carnival, and we're getting ready for our winners finals game.
And as we can see here, this last match, you just saw Lollipop move forward in the finals, and Honkai makes its grand return in this finals best of 5 match. Our first up here is going to be a Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi Resort, and we are just, as we said, we love Mahi Mahi. We especially love it when it gets down to the point where the map changes. And as we are just gonna dive right into here, looks like not much has changed from Lollipop's set and from when we last saw Honkai. Seems like Honkai has picked up a squeezer along the way.
Yeah, that squeezer definitely is a new addition here, but I'm excited to see exactly what it's going to be used for exactly here. That squeezer going down almost immediately, by the way. Lollipop getting that 1-for-1 trade, now for 2-for-1 trade, as both these two teams are just fighting it over mid, especially with the tactical at the line, online and at the ready. Honkai is down 2 players, meaning they have to concede this zone for the time being, as another player goes down.
And we can see that Lollipop, as we have been seeing this past couple of matches that we have been commentating for them, very aggressive, very much in a good state. But Honkai pulls through, takes them 3 down and takes control of the zone, but not for long, as Lollipop, once again, super aggressive team from what we've seen so far, pulls right back into the zone to take their ticks down all the way.
Yeah, and it's one of the few things I noticed about this memo specifically is that whoever gets that first zone flip typically is able to hold on to that for their first 40 points until the water level drops, when the map really opens up and when teams really start playing at their full potential. Honkai looking and going and getting 2 down for 1. Lollipop forced to back up a little bit as Honkai takes control of the zone immediately after that water level drop.
Whoa. We are just seeing some very quick back and forth zone capping here from both of these teams. But Lollipop is still in the lead with 48 points as opposed to Honkai, who is now at 63, as they have been taken over by Lollipop's just, might I say, nauseating green ink color, unfortunately.
Green color is definitely probably the closest thing you could associate with nauseating, and these plays that they've been making is nauseating for Honkai, as they're just unable to break through with their defenses, not being able to march past mid. But as I say that, the splashdown comes in from downtown, from up in the pump, but in the midst of that, Honkai manages to take zone once again, and now Lollipop are being forced to regroup.
Lollipop went 3 down there after that triple splashdown from the heavens, and Honkai took that advantage and is painting up mid to the best of their ability, working through those ticks as quickly as they possibly can while making sure that Lollipop stays in their base where they belong. And we see the Nautilus fall into the water on camera, which is unfortunate.
And I think that Nautilus falling in the water was actually so detrimental for them. Honkai is starting to slip away with this game, using their own strikes to counter Lollipop strikes, and now time is ticking, only 13 points remaining on the zone. But Lollipop manages to take out 2 members of Honkai as they reclaim zone once again, giving them a hefty pony point. And that's the 3rd player down. That's a delayed wipeout in my book, as Lollipop is starting to set up for their own defenses.
And as Lollipop is setting up for their own defenses, Honkai isn't taking that standing down. They're trying their best to get rid of Lollipop and push back into their... Oh my goodness! You hate to see the Squid Surge directly into a kill. That Trizuka coming out of absolutely nowhere and just demolishing that poor Squid. But Honkai takes control of the zone once again, and they are working through their barrier as much as they possibly can while being pushed from all sides by Lollipop. That's triple splashdown. With that triple strike is just not enough to get that zone cap right now. But unfortunately, they get the cap afterwards, leaving Honkai with a 50 penalty point to work through.
Penalty points is a very large thing to chew through at this stage of the game. Honkai, even though they're at 13 points remaining. I don't think they will be able to knock us out with how aggressive Lollipop has been so far. And with getting 2 more picks on their side, means Lollipop is starting to gear up for their own potential sweep as they're now through with their own penalty points. Lollipop is getting ready to try and fend off his final attack from Honkai as they're wanting to grind come in here and now to potentially flip this zone at the very least. And they do take the lead, but they take the lead at the last second. Honkai now in control, and they have to sit through such a large running points if they want to at least contest lead once again.
Honkai is just doing their best to make sure that Lollipop stays out of their zone, but Lollipop is just not letting them have it with those strikes going down everywhere on the zone. Honkai still has control of the zone, but not for long, as we can see that triple splashdown come in. But unfortunately, Lollipop goes 2 down, and Honkai takes the lead in the last second of the match, and Honkai wins.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I would put money on this game, on this it going to a game 5 with how close these two teams have been this entire game. Just constant back and forth trades, trading the zones, flipping one another. Beautiful special usage on the zone to counteract one another. It's just phenomenal gameplay by both sides that it could have gone either way. But at the end of this first game, it was Hawkeye that managed to squeeze through at the end.
We had some incredible plays on both sides, and since Honkai is just very good at countering Lollipop's aggressive plays, it feels like that they might have a good head start here. But like you said, I think we might see a game 5 here with just how well both these teams are playing. It is the winners finals after all, so I'm not really surprised. But as we go into Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker, notorious map mode. And personally, one of my favorites to commentate. I've had some very funny moments on this map mode.
Yeah, this is another one of those maps where I know exactly the 3 kinds of weapons that you will probably see used here the most, and that's going to be the blasters, the rollers, and the buckets. Those weapon types love the terrain here. There's so many corners you can hide around, so many ledges you can play under or above, so many just nooks and crannies that you can shark in. It's for those 3 weapons. It's just your playground here for you with just how the well-favored terrain is. So I would be surprised if we didn't see any of those weapons.
Absolutely. Listen, I've already admitted to being a Carbon player. I like playing on Humpback Pump Track. I get it. But also, like you said, it's just a very interesting map in general because it has so many off angles that you can play from, especially as, like you said, more of those weapons that favor those, like the sloshers and the rollers and the blasters. But as we are going into this match, let's see if, like you said, any of these weapons show up. You'd be surprised if they didn't.
Okay.
Oh, the triple shooter comps back.
I can't have anything in this household, man.
We see that triple shooter aggressive comp coming back from Lollipop from what we've seen in those previous matches, while Honkai is opting once again for that squeezer. They do get a 3 down in the first couple of seconds with Lollipop just snatching that Rainmaker right up. It's a wipeout, and they immediately break through that checkpoint. We are not even past the first 30 seconds here, folks. And here comes the most notorious section of Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker, that little baby corridor that you cannot squeeze through. And like, goodness.
Man, I literally blinked and there was 3 down from Honkai. Lollipop, I have no idea how you managed to do that in such close succession, but they were able to get that wonderful opening on their side, and they were able to get that checkpoint dunked almost immediately, and now they're looking to try and keep this momentum going in any way, shape, or form, especially with 2 players down from Honkai yet again. Rainmaker in Lollipop's position, they're looking to try and see exactly what Honkai will be doing to try and fit that up so they can get ready to counteract it.
Fortunately for Honkai, they do have a wall on their side, and a wall is very easy to counter those Rainmakers coming through that tiny corridor, but not this Rainmaker. It keeps pushing and pushing forward, and they... Oh! Oh, just barely get it to the 17-point mark as Honkai is still trying their best to get rid of Lollipop, and Lollipop goes 2 down. That last player is alone. It's not the best idea for them to be there, but they don't care. They just got 2 down.
Trickling in to just try and potentially get the Rainmaker back into their possession. Honkai now just cleaning up their side lanes as best they can, but no, there was a gal out of nowhere that takes out 1 player and 2 players down, and that's a wipe out for Lollipop as they have now the opportunity to try again at this final push, taking it down to 9 points. Maybe they can even get it down to 8 or even a knockout, especially with that additional pick.
Absolutely. Lollipop there with that wipeout was just very intense as they try the corridor once again. Honkai is trying their best to be prepared to stop them from moving through, but with the specials going out left and right, they're just unable to get that Rainmaker through there, and Lollipop goes 3 down with the last player jumping out, and Honkai taking the Rainmaker and beginning to paint forward.
A virtual wipeout from them. Honkai are now getting that first checkpoint done, gearing up for this push right afterwards, as now they have the clearing to push through a bit easier than Lollipop did on the initial push, as they have the specials at the ready to try and clear it out, but no, the Tri-Strikes does get that Rainmaker out of here, and now they're slowly encroaching on the remaining members of Honkai, but the Zuka from mid is able to slow Lollipop down at least just a tad bit.
And Honkai is still at the disadvantage there. They have 2 players down as compared to Lollipop's 3-player team. But that is not stopping Honkai at all, as we can see this Splash just absolutely going ham on that corridor, but not for long as Honkai goes 2 down once again. Lollipop taking control of mid with that Zuka out. Specials are coming out back and forth. They are going to hope for a wipeout here to try and push that Rainmaker all the way to the podium and get this game taken care of.
Yeah, this wipeout would definitely open up Honkai to be exposed for potential just final dunk there, but that doesn't matter if they can't actually get themselves in that position. 2 down for Lollipop. Beats Honkai is able to get the Rainmaker and get another pick on top of that. They're rushing forward with such an amazing speed that you blink and you miss, and they're already at that final few points, taking it all the way down to the 60 points, threatening the lead swap yet again over Lollipop. And with 3 down, they get it done again with the final wipeout. They dunk that Rainmaker.
That was an incredible lead switch from Honkai. As you saw, they pushed forward, taking out one of Lollipop after another and dunking that Rainmaker into the podium while all of them were dead. Such an incredible play on their end.
Once again, Honkai, in the final few moments of this game, they get the lead swap and the victory over Lollipop, who set themselves up for a close knockout scenario at that point. It's incredible how they're able to just play so patiently, not let the pressure get to them, and wait to the final few moments to really strike when it's right and just take this game away.
Absolutely. That was intense and insane. Like I said, that corridor is absolutely vital for any push on Rainmaker, especially if it's on Humpback Pump track like this. But with Honkai's coordinated specials and being able to take out Lollipop one after another, they were easily able to clear that space from them and take the lead. Ice strikes right there were the ones that spelled out Lollipop's doom as they caught 2 of them in their grasp.
Yeah.
Right there. Ooh.
Yeah, those strikes were so vital for that pop in order to get that final wipeout for Honkai. Now they're sitting at match point over Lollipop. You lead them Dolphonsino, Clam Blitz could very well be their last game against Lollipop, or it could be the shift that Lollipop needs in order to get a potential reverse sweep against Honkai. It could, with how neck and neck these games have been, it could genuinely still be anyone's game, but we're going to see exactly how. Game number 3, what's going to be happening next in this intense set?
And as we are moving forward into Museum de Alfonsino Clam Blitz, we see a bit of a comp switch here as they have to Lollipop has decided to go for a double midline here as we see LeBron on that Nautilus and Sunny on the pencil once again, but they are already going one down, trading in mid as Honkai seems to have control of all of the clams with a 7 to Lollipop 6, and they are just, oh my goodness, we have a flanker from the side at 52 Gal going over, but unfortunately not for long as Honkai goes 3 down, and that's a delayed wipe for Honkai. They are pushing forward into Honkai's face, Lollipop is, but those strikes are keeping back that Nautilus for now. And we can see that Lollipop doesn't quite have a power clam yet, so it would be unwise to push forward at this time, especially with Honkai all back up and in their base ready to defend.
Amazing strikes from Honkai to zone them out, but oh wow, just going in, playing so aggressively. There's a surprise pick there. Means Lollipop were gearing up for their own push, but no, Honkai shuts them down once again. Honkai just keeps this game, their heads calm, cool, collected, not letting the pressure get to them, even though there are 3 down right now. This final revenue player gets the 1 pick, potentially a 2nd pick here, as there's jump-ins from their team to hopefully back them here on this fight on ramp.
Absolutely. Honkai over here is playing the long game as opposed to Lollipop's hyper-aggressive game, as no team has gotten any points so far, but Lollipop has the clam economy with a total of 20 clams on their side as opposed to Honkai's 8 clams. We can see that Zuka coming out, not finding any purchase on anyone, but Lollipop is in mid and has control. Those strikes are coming out trying to get a pick, and it does, in fact, with 2 going down.
That's never wipeout! They're gonna cash in so many clams here. They're huge economy. They managed to get up, but no, Honkai out of nowhere are at the range to defend from that huge cash in, and they're looking to potentially even get their own score. Only the single power clam is the only point Lollipop managed to get, and they're still going down left and right to the Honkai as they're coming back into mid, getting ready for the defense. But the cow in mid stops Honkai in their tracks.
That Gal in mid, flanking from behind them, as we can see that Nautilus has taken a leaf out of the Gal's book and now is taking real estate, in fact, on Honkai's spinner, and it is just looking like a splatling fight, but Lollipop doesn't have the team to back them up on that push that they were trying to make, so they're forced to retreat as that Squeezer is collecting clams, trying to build enough to get a push in.
Lead still in Lollipop's favor right now, but we have to remember, folks, Honkai are here to play the long game. As long as that timer is not 0, this could still very well be their game as we head in the final minute and 50 seconds remaining on this match. Ink Strikes comes out to try and scatter Lollipop out, letting Honkai's members to set up properly, especially with that Pam take on Spinner. They're going to go in, but no, the Gal takes 1-for-1 trade. Honkai 2 players down. No, Lollipop now 2 players down. It's just a bloodbath in mid as both of these 2 teams are just desperately trying to gain whatever advantage they can over the other.
Lollipop is still in the lead, but with Honkai's long plays and strategizing, oh no, forget I said anything. Honkai goes 3 down as the Lollipop takes the box and dunks a clam into that basket, having them at 70 to Honkai's 100, and they just keep going, absolutely taking control of Honkai's platform here and just going ham on these poor players.
Going ham is what Honkai needs to do right now if they want to take this game away from Lollipop. 45 seconds remaining. They have the power clam at the ready to try and potentially get any push going, but they're slowly being pushed back further and further as Lollipop comes in from the sides. Get good 1, get 2, a 2-for-2 trade from both sides. Tactical are online to try and hopefully prevent any additional damage done. If they do, they choose to go in here and now. Lollipop's just now deciding to just play their hand, play it cool for a little bit, time them out as best they can as they're just playing it slow here and now.
playing it safe against Lollipop's hyper-aggressive comp. They are trying their best to get purchase on anything. And oh my goodness, Lollipop goes 2 down with Sunny the Pencil, forced to retreat back to the basket, and they dunk a Clam in. But unfortunately, they don't have the Clam to back it up. It's 77-70, and they take the lead! And that's Honkai winning the finals match. Oh my goodness. What an incredible last-minute lead switch.
3 games in a row! Lollipop were in the lead, and in the final few moments of the game, in overtime, Honkai comes through and just snatches that lead from right under their foot and takes victory. A 3-0 sweep over Lollipop!
Oh, the commentator's cursed.
Man, that entire game.
Oh my goodness. I am just dumbfounded. Lollipop might have the more aggressive team comp here and the more aggressive pushes, but Honkai waited them out until the very last second where they thought victory was nigh but guaranteed for them, wanting to force them into that game 4 and maybe game 5, but Honkai said no, we're gonna wait you out. We are going to wait until the very last second to where you think you're safe, and we are going to push up and we are going to take you, and they did.
Definitely is their trademark here at this point, just waiting to the final few moments to actually commit to the game, commit to the all-in, and get that lead swap. Man, oh man, Honkai now waiting for grand finals for whoever in loser's bracket is going to be fighting up against them in the future after these next set of few matches. But with that being said and done, I'm afraid, folks, that's going to be the end of our block. What an amazing few sets that we were able to witness here today, but unfortunately our time is up.
Unfortunately, it is indeed, as we are waiting on our next commentators to come in. I am Carnival. You can find me. My blue sky is underneath on that little mic icon. See that there? You can follow me there. I'm not really active on there, but it's fine. You recognize me from any other streaming things that you may like. I am also commentating for Ludi and Off the Dial as well. If you see me around, come and say hi.
We will say hi indeed. And as for me, you can find me at SPF_dark and most socials yet out there: Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitch, all the Discord, anywhere. You most likely though you hear my voice again and again, either as CCA, Dapple Productions, Splatoon 30 when they're in season, and Under Pressure when they need the hand. I am just anywhere and everywhere. But with that being said and done, it's been an absolute pleasure casting here tonight with you, Carnival. But don't go anywhere just yet. Our next cast will be here in just a moment after this quick break.
Welcome back to Prism Break. We are back here for the second half of Prism Break number 14. My name is Rocket, and joining me is the ultimate disturber of peace, the one, the only Topic. How are you doing, Topic?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was drinking water. That intro kind of killed me for a bit, but we're fine. We're not dead yet. I'm doing good. But as you can see, we have Incognito versus Pickup Name Go. Where are they going? I don't know. Maybe they go to Whole Foods. Maybe they go to Target, Walmart, Home Depot. Who knows? But they're going somewhere.
They give me a nose indeed. Also, I just love Incognito's profile picture a lot. Just the cat. Just staring very, very menacingly. But very interesting matchup we have here in Losers Bracket because we've had this matchup before, at least in this tournament. We saw Pickup Name Go knock Incognito down to the Losers Bracket in round 3, so a little bit of familiarity here as we move to Losers Bracket semis. This is best of 3, so let's see what we have first. We see the Zimmy coming out from Pickup Name Go. I love it.
Yeah, with that Zimmy, that's a double bubble, a very stationary type of comp, trying to sit or get stationed in one spot and just work from there on side of Incognito, very up forward. Unfortunately, that's going to be not working out in their favor as their Dapple Dualies, the blue ones, I believe, yes, the Nouveau ones are going to go down right away. They have decided to get themselves in, and also, they have the Fire Fin, so those strikes, everyone loves the GG strikes. Unfortunately, this is not tower control, so a bit less useful here, but still good for covering the zone, and so far, Pickup Name Go is kind of showing off right now, just with a very, very good opening push here.
You mentioned the double bubble. I'm just gonna name it the Venn diagram strat, because honestly, that's probably what they're gonna be putting on the zone here, just as a huge layer of protection. But already, we're seeing Incognito get back into the swing of things. That Zimmy on that left side will be trying to contest members. Will manage to actually find one. The shot will find another. This Zimmy is still staying alive, and with that success, Pickup Name Go still in the fight here. A bubble available from the junior, and I'm sure the Zimmy's bubble is nearing close as well as Pickup Name Go and nears the end of their own penalty.
I mean, yeah, speaking of the Venn diagram, there it is, as both bubbles are gonna get popped, giving Pickup Name Go a bit of space to work with. However, Incognito able to at least neutralize the zone and flip it in their favor, but still not able to really get much more, because as you can see, Pickup Name Go, it's really hard to push on their comp. They have the paint with the junior and the bucket and the pencil. They have that really defensive measures of the double bubble, which is very, very hard to break through, especially if they just put 2 bubbles on the zone. You're just SOL at that point. But Joey with a very, very nice knight there on the junior, I believe, in order to get Incognito in.
Yeah, only 2 minutes have passed, and Incognito, this is their first cap of the zone, so no penalties to worry about, so things can really snowball out of control, especially since 2 players, a pickup named Go, do fall in that little scruffle there, kind of using the bubble to the disadvantage of pickup named Go. Incognito just hiding in it, daring anybody to move forward, but still, just like that, Incognito in the lead, and with a heavy one at that, continuing to go down further and further. Now the pressure's all on pickup named Go to really get into things. They do have tri-strikes, though, to really try to make this easier for themselves, but it needs to happen soon.
Yeah, that's kind of the downsides of going double bubble, is that you can't really push in. You're gonna have to win some really crucial team fights as pickup name Go are gonna go in. There's one bubble on that left-hand side. It's gonna do just enough to get them to pick up name Go in. And unfortunately for Incognito, they're gonna go 3 down, giving pickup name Go a lot of space to work with. Sky is gonna go down as well. So a little bit of a stagger possibly going on for Incognito, but now we're going right back to where we were not that long ago.
Now, with pickup name Go in the situation where they can really sit on themselves, a really nice bomb takes out that sniper, but not only that, no more tri-strikes, no more retaking the zone, but just like that, as I say that, of course, commentators curse, Incognito will completely wipe out pickup name Go. I mean, I feel like they're just torturing us with that, just trying to spite us in spirit, but just like that, Incognito now in a great position to come back from this, especially since they didn't actually lose the lead in that scuffle, but they will need to work through this penalty.
I mean, if you look at it, that's not a really big penalty to work through yet. It may be 20 points, but so far Incognito showing no signs of slowing down. Sky going right through those tri-strikes, able to get a pick on the pencil, kind of keep pickup name Go back, and it's gonna work. The bubble, not the safety that they're looking for. Saturn with a nice double kill, leaving only the pencil. Pencil will fall down, and Incognito with the final camp of that jump will put a seal on the game. Game 1, very, very back and forth as we saw, but Incognito, right place, right time, I suppose.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, I'm just really surprised by this because now it seems like Incognito has really just learned from that loss initially they had against pickup name Go in the winner's bracket and said, okay, we know your strats now. We're going to show you a different type of play, and they did here. I mean, we saw their comeback ability. We saw how during the basically first 2 minutes of it, pickup name Go was just setting the pace of everything. You saw the Zimmy power on that left side, managed to find 2 to keep their team in the swing of things, but just like that, just how Splatoon can be played, it's not about who strikes first, it's about who strikes last, and Incognito were the last ones standing as they were able to get that lead with their first cap all the way down to 20, and then once they found an opening, they just never looked back.
Yeah, and also I think Incognito's comp, just looking at it, it could make use of Cooler much better than pickup name Go's, because if you look at their comp, they have technically 3 very, not very aggressive, they have 3 weapons that can be in your face, right? They have 3 weapons that can push up. Meanwhile, if you look at pickup name Go, they really only have possibly the 2 with the bucket and the mini, even though the mini is kind of contentious there because it does have the toxic mist as a sub, so it can't really rely on that as far as the main weapon itself. So Incognito's comp just in general really could take advantage and abuse Cooler to their advantage, but let's see if they're able to keep this up as they're looking for the knockout punch here as we go to game number 2, Undertow Spillway Rainmaker.
Yeah, Undertow Spillway is a very, very interesting one. Obviously, the first checkpoints are usually the easier ones to get. The true battle is that just mountain that is to be climbed on that left side. That is the most common route that teams like to choose from, but you're obviously fighting with that elevation disadvantage. You have to have these specials available, and if you're running with the same comp that pickup name Go has with those 2 bubbles, especially on defense, it is going to be tough for Incognito to really get through that without any specials. But so far we've seen Incognito show that they've been able to counter it well, so let's see if pickup name Go will continue to go with that comp.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to see, won't we, as we hop into game number 2, or the potential final game for Pickup Name Go. They are gonna switch over to the splashdown, not the not 79. So a bit of more of an aggressive comp from Pickup Name Go. Inside of Incognito, Joey switching over to the 96 Deco, so no backline for them to kind of keep up that aggression and try to fight that, as we do see Sky on that right-hand side able to get a trade before going down. So Incognito trying to set that pace early.
I mean, kind of going backless, I like it a lot. I mean, you see it with those that dapple choice as well. They want to get that reslider in to create space, but already trying to make space is Pickup Name Go, but they will be stopped dead in their tracks by Incognito here. They were able to get down to the very, very nice number there, but not quite able to get much further, as now Incognito will be able to get the Rainmaker and try to push of their own here, Widow being that Rainmaker carrier.
I mean, yeah, but also kind of a disadvantage because you are at a range, you don't have that security blanket of a backliner. So if you're Incognito, dealing with the pencil is number 1. Unfortunately for them, the Junior's gonna get a nice, or get 1 and lead to 3 going down for Incognito. The Rainmaker's gonna go down as well. Sky jumping in to try to salvage the situation. Unfortunately for them, they're gonna go down as well. So Pickup Name Go. I think they're learning, able to quickly take out the members of Incognito before things can go from bad to worse.
Yeah, and the splashdown will be able to create some space, but the Kraken is there. The Kraken, the invulnerable Kraken, will provide enough durability and will provide enough of a distraction to allow the rest of Incognito to go in. Marcelli on this Shark, though, could provide to be dangerous. Will find one. The bomb almost takes out the Rainmaker carrier, but now Widow is in a very, very, very dangerous spot here, but the rest of Incognito are able to rally around it. At least the pencil is down for Pickup Name Go, so no more cooler, another pick as well, so this could prove huge for Incognito to get a chance here at this Rainmaker.
I mean, I think we both saw that Sky on that right on your screen just absolutely destroyed one person with the reside, getting a lot of space for Incognito. 3 points away, trying to clear out paths, but unfortunately Pickup Name Go, not letting that go so easily. Incognito are able to break the lead and break the checkpoint, so that's a very, very big barrier for them gone. So now Pickup Name Go, they're gonna have to prove that they can do it again. But Sky trying to be the ultimate, trying to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, competitive Splatoon has always been basically a war of attrition, but that is basically amplified here, especially in this stage. Basically, both teams near that spot where it is really, really difficult to push without any specials, especially with the incline, and without the even first checkpoint being capped either. Pickup Name Go needs to make something happen here. Sky on that right side is trying to make something happen there. Will go down, unfortunately, but Pickup Name Go with a cooler here to try to respond with this. Joey trying to make some space with this Kraken, but the Rainmaker is lost in their backline. This is why it is so dangerous to push up here, because you need to make sure all threats are cleared.
I mean, all threats had been cleared with that Rainmaker barrier explosion getting 2, and Incognito still going to get down to 29. Unfortunately for them, they're going to go 3 down. Widow, being the last member remaining, decides to back away, but we do see Sky jumping in, Joey jumping in to try to at least salvage something of the situation. Unfortunately for them, that will be it. And now Pickup Name Go with 3 specials after ready, popping the cooler, popping the bubble. They do have the strikes. Unfortunately, the strikes are going to go down, actually. So Incognito, despite going 3 down, they're looking to keep their pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and if you're Pickup Name Go, you want to change up the pace a little bit. That's a good start with the not taking out that zap there, being able to knock out the cooler for Incognito, allowing them for more time to breathe here. 3 players go down, actually, for Incognito. An opening could present itself, but Joey is there with a quick double to make sure that that success cannot be had. Pickup Name Go, though, do decide to try to push this. Widow does go down, and now an opportunity will present itself through that desperately needed first checkpoint.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen throughout this game is that even though Incognito are going to go 3 down, or going to have main disadvantage, they're still able to hold on. They're able to respawn so quickly because they just have a lot, because they've got a lot more coolers than Pickup Name Go throughout this game. So they just had more opportunity to push in, to make mistakes, and it's been working out in their favor. As we can see, them playing defense allows them to at least keep Pickup Name Go from breaking that checkpoint. And with 30 seconds left, Incognito, they just gotta hold on here. They can't afford to take any bad fights.
Not at all, but taking good fights is what they've been doing this entire game topic, and we see it here. 20 seconds are left. Pick up name go need to dive Widow, but it's going to be a tall task with the rest of Incognito guarding them like bodyguards here. You see the Tri-Strikes available to maybe make something happen. It is now 10 seconds. There go the Tri-Strikes to make something happen. Sky will manage to dive in. We'll find one. We'll actually find two of that, but the Rainmaker does fall behind. However, now Pick up name go needs to get onto this Rainmaker if they want to get anything happening. 3 players are down. It's just left to Joey being the last Incognito member. Now, overtime push. This is the last opportunity for Pick up name go to stay alive in this tournament, but the Kraken is there from Joey, the last player standing from Incognito. We saw the invulnerable Kraken time and time again do wonders, and it's only fitting that it ended it off right there with Joey's Kraken.
You know, I like how you were mid-sentence like, oh, this is Pick up name go's last opportunity. They can't afford to go down. And then Joey from out of left field went, let me introduce myself, and just got the Rainmaker in one shot. You know what? Incognito, because I think they lost 3-0 to Pick up name go to what the people who brought them down to losers. And I guess they took that to heart, I'm guessing.
Yeah, actually, no, it's 2-0, but basically the same thing, basically a sweep. But now, being able to punch back with that in a revenge game for sure, you must be feeling great if you're Incognito. But the time for celebration is 9, because you still have a gauntlet to fight. I mean, you still have our number 2 seed in Magnifying Glass and our number 1 seed who's been still chilling up there in winner's bracket, Honkai.
I'm pretty sure that's a lollipop.
That is a lollipop. I am just blind. I am sorry. I am not wearing my glasses, ladies and gentlemen. That is very much not a magnifying glass. Holy. But it is a magnifying glass in my eyes, so.
You know, that's a pretty colorful magnifying glass, I will say.
It is. Maybe it's just zooming in on a rainbow. You don't know.
Yeah, it could be, it could be whatever. But yeah, like you said, Incognito, they still have quite a bit to go through. They still have to go through the top 2 seeds. So maybe this is the start of an underdog run. Who knows? But it all starts with one step. They gotta fight their way through no matter what.
Yeah, for sure, but that's something that they need to continue on with that hot hand. Now moving on to losers bracket finals here. I believe we're just going to take a very, very temporary, very short break while we set things up, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for losers bracket finals and then afterwards grand finals, so stay tuned.
Yeah, stay in your seats. Well, everyone, I hope you got your water. I hope you got your drinks. I hope you got whatever you needed because we are back with more Prism Break action for you. We are in our losers finals, and for the teams, we have Incognito versus, as my co-commentator Rocket points out, a magnifying glass.
I still believe it's a magnifying glass. You will not deny me this, but fine. It is a lollipop. I guess it's a lollipop. And taking a look at just the in-game lobby, we were talking about it earlier. There's a team member on Lollipop, I believe, who's named LeBron, and we were making the sunshine meme just back and forth, just like, oh god. But that is amazing to see. Yeah, you see it right there, frontline risk taker LeBron. Let's fucking go. As we go into game one, it is Robo Ramen zones. Let's see what these two teams have in store for us.
Yeah, and on the side of Lollipop, no, on the side of Lollipop, they're gonna go with the not a 52 and a Neo Splash, kind of a very good zones comp in general. And on the side of Incognito, kind of what they've been running. Instead, we have Milotic there with the Octobrush. So a very interesting pick. Again, they're going with their very, very up in your face kind of style with the triple frontliner basically and a pencil. But so far they're gonna get punished for that as Lollipop able to get a quick 2 down and looking to take some really strong control. Another 3 down. Incognito kind of getting staggered here as Lollipop looking to just hold on.
Yeah, you see LeBron, my glorious king, having a special available for them, and trying to see if they can find an opening here, trying to get that backline in Joey with that on that pencil, but so far Joey has remained alive, of course, as soon as they say that they do go down. LeBron will be putting that special to great use to at least keep zone control in the favor of Lollipop, but still, Incognito are still here, still trying to fight for it, and finally, Incognito will manage to take the zone and force that penalty.
Yeah, but this can be really dangerous if you're Incognito because you can't really push in too far because, again, you have 3 very up-close weapons. You have 3 weapons that can't really fight at distance, so you have to be super, super careful at being picked off from range as Milotic here. Instead, try to take the offensive to Lollipop, going for the zip caster, gonna get Sunny with one of them points. You're gonna be forced back, and then unfortunate timing, gonna go down to the splash on from LeBron, and Lollipop able to get back into control and back into Incognito's base.
Yeah, here, Lollipop is trying to work through that penalty here. You see they have that Neo Splash with those Tri-Strikes, so even if some danger to the zone control goes against them, Incognito can really just have to worry about Lollipop's just Tri-Strikes here, because there they go right now, Titan throwing them out to maintain that control. 2 players down for Incognito, and that is just the power of that inking special here, but not to be outshined here. Incognito will have their own, and right on cue, they will throw out their Tri-Strikes of their own to take back this zone control. The 3 players down with a great special and Zipcaster from that brush, just like that. Incognito try to push back with a little over half the match to be played.
Yeah, and a little bit of something that you missed there is that when the strikes were popped, Milotic also popped Zipcaster as a bit of a distraction tool, and it worked out to their favor because now Lollipop going to be backed up a little bit. But unfortunately for Incognito, they do have a lot at the ready. Titan with those strikes to try to force their way into zone. We do see Sky there on that bottom right side going to be forced up because here comes Lollipop with all their might. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. LeBron with the splash down is going to neutralize zone, not grab it. And there it is, the pure painting power from Lollipop is able to recapture the zone for them.
Yeah, LeBron with a great kill onto Sky here, trying to make some more happen, being that frontline Nautilus, trying to create this space with the firepower they have. Will get pushed back by that pencil though, so a little bit just saving their life there. But you see both Neo Splashes on both sides have their Tri-Strikes available. This is going to be a little bit of a mind game here. When will you pop those strikes? And Incognito chooses now, and just with a quick response, Lollipop will pop theirs, but it won't be enough for them to keep control of that zone as Incognito swoop in.
Yeah, because this is what their comp is really good at. If one person pops strikes, or if the strike player pops the strikes, then they're able to just really collapse onto the zone. That's exactly what they did. But unfortunately for them, Lollipop kind of matching their force equally, matching them blow for blow. And because unfortunately for Incognito, Lollipop is going to try to go forward, but they're going to get punished for it, as we do see a bit of pencil gameplay here, just pressing the win button. It's working out in their favor, because so far Lollipop, they've been kind of pushed back, and with a minute left to go, they're gonna have to find their way, another way in.
Yeah, Tri-Strikes are available from Lollipop, and there they are. It is basically just an initiation to push in. The Dapples will go down to that Killer Whale, so an opening will present itself for Lollipop to swoop in. Now, crunch time here. Just Tri-Strikes of their own Incognito does have in their pocket, trying to wait for the rest of their team to really rally against this, because it is do or die time. One final team fight will decide this push here. 30 seconds left, so it is crunch time. No more mistakes can be made, and we see here Incognito just trying to find that opening as they group together here to maybe death ball into the zone.
I mean, that's what they're trying to do. Both strikes are going to be popped. LeBron going for a pick on the pencil. Pencil able to escape, not for long. 2v2 on both sides. 3v2 in favor of Incognito. LeBron, the last one alive, popping the splash. I'm going to get shut down, but they are able to at least neutralize zone for just a second. So that might give their team the time that they need, because here we go. Incognito needs to play some solid defense. Sky is gonna go down. That's very, very bad. A good start for Lollipop. There are the GG strikes, and that will do it. Lollipop will take game 1 off the back of Tri-Strikes.
I mean, we talked about it a lot during that game topic, you and I. We were talking about just the duel that was those Neo Splashes, the game, basically just the tempo of who was able to take advantage and use that momentum presented by the disorientating specials of Tri-Strikes, because Tri-Strikes are just a very, very good dislodging special and allow you to create so much space. Not only that, but just basically ink up most of the zone. You barely have to ink the rest of it at all to really flip things, and we saw that Lollipop were able to utilize it just a tiny bit better than Incognito, but we still have a 5-game set to be played, so plenty to come back from.
I mean, yeah, we still got a long way to go, and we do see a little bit of that beginning action. As you see, Lollipop, they jumped on Incognito super early, getting it down to 41 before Incognito brought it back, as they made it really close at the end. Like, they did get punched early, they did get knocked down super early, but they really fought back, and it worked out in their favor, because as we see here, Incognito, they've won a bunch of team fights that kind of pushed back the members of Lollipop, but unfortunately for them, at the absolute worst time possible, they had control of zone, they had overtime, they just went 2-3 down, they couldn't repaint the zone. Lollipop took advantage and were able to come back and win the game, but now, you know, Incognito, that's one game. You gotta put it behind you as we hop to game number 2, Hagglefish Market Tower Control.
This is a very interesting map mode indeed. Obviously, the natural mode for it is zones, but Tower Control provides a very interesting, similar uphill climb that it would be for Inkblot Art Academy, as you are basically pushing up an inclined hill, and especially near that second checkpoint, it can get very brutal, especially with the tower being basically level with the players. But as we see here, I believe no major comp changes here. Really, the only change we see from Lollipop is switching over to that V-shot, while on the other side, Incognito will choose the regular splash.
Yeah, it's interesting how both teams decide to switch off of the strikes in order to go for a much more aggressive special. Lollipop going with the Zuka and Incognito going for the Crab respectively. I think that shows that both these teams, I don't know if the strikes is kind of mid on this map, if I'm being completely honest. Maybe they decide to use Crab to be, or Zuka to be much more aggressive, and so far it's working out, as Incognito will strike first, we need to be first checkpoint, but they gotta be really, really careful of that top left side, because if not, Lollipop can really, really shut this push down. But with absolutely no competition, but the Zuka from out of left court able to at least stall it for just a second, but Incognito is inevitable as they're able to break that first checkpoint within the first minute.
Yeah, that's all just credit to the rest of Incognito for really controlling that ramp, but as soon as that first checkpoint was capped and continuing to move forward, Lollipop clamped down on that defense, put up a door, and just slammed it shut. Now Lollipop they're trying to repeat the same success that they just saw from Incognito here, trying to make do with that ramp. You see there LeBron already in position with trying to create that space themselves. You see the Zuka pop earlier as well. Will find one, Keely the brush, so now the pencil can really sit pretty, not having to worry about any potential dies, but they will have to worry about Joey, that pencil counterpart. But still, this tower is very, very much contested here.
I mean, yeah, just a lot of fighting what we really expect from tower control as Sky trying to dance around, unfortunately not able, and they will go down. Unfortunately, LeBron here on this left-hand side with the, or right-hand side with the splash on that thread. Don't even need to use it yet. Able to get a double kill, 3 down. That's basically a delayed wipe for Incognito. Lollipop still looking to go through with how much paint's in their color. That might be a pretty good or pretty easy first checkpoint. However, they gotta worry about Sky, they gotta worry about Joey. Looks like not for long as Sky's gonna get shut down. Not yet. They got a haircut though from the Zuka, able to stay alive and get 1, get 2. Unfortunately gonna go down, but give the team some space to work with. LeBron with the splashdown there gonna go down, and Titan able to break through that second checkpoint for Lollipop.
Even though this push seems like it is dying down, and it will with that last player from Lollipop falling in that back, Lollipop have done enough damage already. I mean, they got past that second checkpoint, so now they can go smooth sailing if they want to go straight for the kill, but mostly that hard part of this map is done, so now they can really worry about playing smart here. Sky with that reef slider will not quite find LeBron here, but LeBron will eventually go down to the other members of Incognito. Now Incognito try to move onto this ramp here to try to see if they can get a similar push going. That second checkpoint just looms there. It awaits them. The Zipcaster maybe to create something, and you see the Crab as well to create some space.
I mean, but so far, Lollipop, they're holding strong. They're not cracking under the pressure. Instead of responding with their own specials, one's going to go down for Incognito. Titan's going to go down to the Pencil, to Joey, and just a lot of back and forth fighting. You see LeBron here on this top left side trying to just fend off any members of Incognito from coming up there. Unfortunately, they're actually are able to do that really effectively, but Sky there is going to get shut down right before the Resetter comes out, and Incognito not able to break through as Lollipop will hold on. The jumps are coming in. Sky's able to get 1 before going down. Another jump. Zephyr is going to get another one, going straight for Joey. The jumps just keep coming in, one after another, and Incognito looks like their method of just throwing bodies at them is going to work, as they're going to force Lollipop back.
War of attrition, constantly banging your head against a brick wall, whatever you want to call it. Incognito is doing it, and it is working effectively. Now, they have that cooler available. You see Crab available as well. You see the Zuka being popped by Tide Tree. Try to see if they can find some value, but the shots will hit the cooler there. A little bit unfortunate, not quite finding its mark. Incognito now with 35 seconds and plenty of time left pretty much in Splatoon here. You need to get a push going, and it needs to happen fast, and it needs to start with this ramp push. You see Sky as well with the reef slider to maybe make something happen, but these specialists need to get their value.
I mean, they have 3 of them. Unfortunately, one's gonna go down almost immediately. Oof. Another one's gonna go down. So actually, no, the cooler's gonna get popped actually. So 2 more on the way. Widow's gonna go down. Sky is gonna get 1, but they're gonna go down with no one on the tower. Melodic in the backfield trying to do something. They're gonna go down as well. It's just Widow trying to contest the tower, but they're too far, and that will be Lollipop holding off the Incognito assaults to take a 2-0 lead.
I mean, we really just saw whichever team was able to get past that second checkpoint. That gauntlet that I mentioned at the beginning of the game was going to be the one that would find greater success. And what do you know? The team that was able to get through that in Lollipop, they were able to just coast the rest of it. Meanwhile, Incognito had that pressure behind them. They had to keep going at it, but Lollipop with a strong defense on that ramp, it is such a vital spot to hold, and we saw it here with that quick 3 wipeout you saw on your screen there. Just the ability of them to just hold firm without wavering at all, just not giving any ground, any opportunity, and just dodging getting the heck out of there when you see the specials coming and coming back in with a wave of destruction, pretty much is what I think I'm trying to describe it as. It was just really, really impressive teamwork there.
Yeah, I agree. And I think what really emphasized that for me in that game was how well they punished the Reef Sliders from Sky, because every single time Sky went in with the Reef Slider, there was always at least 2 members there to get a quick pick, and then that forced Incognito back because, oh, we lost a member, we don't have the numbers, we can't really do what. So Lollipop's kind of like discouraged any not brainless, any not thought out well pushes from Incognito, but can they hold on as we hop into game number 3? Humpback
Ooh.
Pumpback Rainmaker, a double knot comp coming from Lollipop with the heavy edit and the vanilla 96 or Nautilus.
Yeah, double splatling with the edit and the knot there. Just the constant firepower that Incognito will just have to deal with here and have to respect that space. You see already on that right side the respect that Joey is giving to LeBron there. You see just the firepower and trying to even approach a splatling that is prepared for you is so deadly, and we're seeing it right here with a quick wipeout by Lollipop. Just that 1-2 punch led them to getting this first checkpoint and now puts themselves in a great position, but this bunker is something they will need to conquer. But you see the members of Lollipop putting themselves already in great positions. 2 players, 3 players go down to that Zuka, and now a lane potentially opening, but Sky will get the key pick onto the Rainmaker to at least stall it a little bit.
I mean, never-ending rain as it's gonna get down to 4. Lollipop looking to end this game almost immediately. Incognito nowhere in sight of that. Rainmaker Sky is gonna go down. Widow being targeted with those strikes. They're gonna go down as well. Joey gonna be forced back. LeBron just sitting, chilling. They're gonna bomb the Rainmaker, but it's not gonna be for long as Lollipop. If to be frank, they just ran straight through Incognito like they weren't even there.
Just like that, Lollipop meets themselves yet again with Honkai in a rematch of what was Winners Bracket Finals. But can we just talk about how fast that double splatling just got put to use? I mean, we saw it in this mid-fight here. The combination of that firepower immediately shut down Incognito's push, and we saw it at the very end there when that Rainmaker was near the goal. We saw both the Edit and Nautilus using that range and the constant pressure of the splatlings to really give Incognito no space to even attempt to go in, and if they attempted to go in, they would just get mowed down by a hailstorm of ink.
I mean, you know what? The double splatling, the one thing it's really good for, constant pressure. You got constant bullets coming out. So it just kind of forced Incognito into a really, really awkward position, because at that point, when they got wiped out, you saw how quickly Lollipop took control of their plat. You saw how it felt like 3 seconds, the entirety of Incognito's plat was painted yellow. You saw how quickly they could push up. You saw how safe they could play, because for the most part, they could outrange the members of Incognito. They could give themselves the space to work with. They didn't have to go super far up. They could sit back a little bit and let Incognito make the mistakes, and it worked for them. And now they're up. They're gonna get a second chance at Honkai, the worst gotcha game ever. So yeah, we're gonna see how that turns out for them.
Yeah, for sure. And just a little side note, I'm just gonna keep bringing up this LeBron thing because it's funny. Every time that Knot did that splashdown, my mind just immediately went to a LeBron dunk. Like, I don't know why. It's just like come on. It's basically is a dunk. I mean, you're just slamming down fist and like just you kind of get it, right? I mean, like you do the same thing with dunking a basketball. And how poignant. What is this 2020 where LeBron is in a finals? Come on.
I mean, hey. Maybe it's their year, and maybe this is Lollipop's tournament. We're gonna take a very, very quick break, but stay right there because we have grand finals coming up, and I'm sure none of you want to miss that. So stay right there. We got more coming towards you.
Grand Finals awaits us. A rematch of winners bracket finals here. Our 1 and 2 seed. Maybe it might be boring because this might be the expected outcome, but I'm still hyped up for it here. Rocket and Topic coming right back at you here for our best of 5, and I am just excited to see if Lollipop learned anything from their loss here, because we did see similarly in our first match commentating in this tournament that we saw a different outcome between two teams who had already met, that being Incognito beating pickup name Go. But let's see if things can change in this one, as Incognito did sweep Lollipop 3-0 in winners brackets.
Yeah, but it's grand finals, a little bit more contentious. But this is the last set of the tourney, but who knows, we might see a bracket reset. As do see, of course, our number 2 seed, see the team that we just saw come back, Lollipop, versus our number 1 seed, the worst gacha game ever made, Honkai, as we are going to go to game number 1, Umami Ruin Zones, our Toon Zone, one of the better Tetris blocks in the game.
Also, you're never gonna let that go, huh? You're just gonna.
No,
I haven't played the game, so don't sue me. So I don't know if it's good or not. I don't have an opinion on it, but you seem really adamant on that. But anyways, moving away from that, game 1 grand finals. Let's see if Honkai can keep the ball rolling with their dominance of Lollipop, or if Lollipop can maybe force the first bracket reset I think we've ever seen in Prism Break.
Yeah, but from Honkai's side, we are gonna see Kabi with a squeezer Woomy with the vanilla or the hero the side order dualies, and a heavy edit and a V shot. It's very, very interesting combo, especially with the squeezer dually combo. And outside of Lollipop, kind of what we've seen before, we've seen them run these weapons, but unfortunately, a lot of fighting, and Honkai will take the initiative here, getting 3 down, collapsing on Zephyr, getting 1, Titan able to respond with the cooler, popping the Zuka, not able to get Kabi by the skin of their teeth, and Honkai looking to hold on here.
Yeah, and with the double zone layout that Umami Ruins has, it provides very, very contested fights, as all it takes is one of those zones to be captured by the other side, or even contested for that point total to be stalled out here. So we're going to see a grueling, brutal fight as Honkai loses 3 members on their team. It is just left to their edit to try to pick up the pieces, places the cooler, but goes down with that cooler, goes down with the ship, and then it's left in no man's land here as Lollipop are able to pick up the pieces clean and wipe off Honkai from the zones.
Yeah, and Honkai looking to try to force their way in. Lollipop with some really nice defense. Zephyr on this right side of the zone, just holding it down with the wall, with the whale, trying to force everybody out. Kabi is going to be forced away. Honkai going to go 2 down again. Lollipop looking to keep this score going. You saw Wumi's crab right there get shut down as well. Lollipop looking like they learned a lot from what we saw, or what happened in winners finals, and so far they're keeping on going, as now Honkai has to try to find a way to respond.
The snowball is rolling. Maybe they weren't the first one to punch first, but they may be the ones to just run away with things. The Zuka there being popped by Kabi to just try to create some space. We'll find one, but still, the zone is all blue here. It is all blue in most of mid. 15 ticks left on the clock to see if Honkai can really jump onto this. You see the members of Honkai just throwing themselves on that right side, at least trying to stall out for the rest of their team, but it may not be enough, as it won't be the dualies Woomy just jumping in too late, and just like that, it is not going to be a repeat of winners brackets where Honkai wins 3-0. Lollipop take the first game.
I mean, after Honkai took control of zone, they got to 77. It was just a very good game. I don't know what else to say. It's just all Lollipop all day. They got the kills they needed. They didn't, because I want to point out that they rarely died in zone. Now that sounds kind of minor, but dying in zone just painted a lot in the enemy's favor. So anytime they went down, it was usually outside of zone. It was usually in a spot where Honkai couldn't add on to their paint lead. So that's very good on them, because as you saw right here, Honkai, they really had no way in after Lollipop got those kills, got those the cycle going, the feeding cycle going, and Lollipop a pretty good win. But can that momentum carry over? Will Honkai stop it dead in his tracks as we go to game number 2, Scorch Clam Blitz?
Yeah, we moved from one grueling fighting map to another grueling fighting map. I mean, it is really, really hard to get a push in for Scourge Gorge with the elevation disadvantage near the goal here, but obviously specials can bypass that, so it is really up to the special uses between both these teams to really open things up. Honkai running the same lineup here, I believe the same lineup for both teams actually, so running it back here, they know what they like to run. Let's see if Lollipop can continue their hot hand streak because they've been doing really, really well.
Yeah, and Honkai looking to at least stop that momentum from going. You see LeBron taking a quick fight, keeping Woomy outside of mid. Zephyr able to get 1, 2 are going to go down. Actually, Lollipop looking to take the early advantage. LeBron with a nice trade there in favor of Lollipop, as now Honkai are still forced back onto their plat. They're not Lollipop is not allowing them to go any further, but finally Honkai, well, he shows some resistance. Lumi gonna get damaged here, forced back, gonna drop down. Unfortunately, they're gonna get met by Titan, gonna go down for a trade in Honkai. They've been going down left and right, and Zephyr will be the first one to score. Lumi's gonna go down again. Zephyr staying alive, gonna get the shot and keep the basket open for Lollipop.
Zephyr absolutely fearless as well. There were 2 or 3 members of Honkai staring and watching them put that ball in the basket, but they held firm and managed to get a couple picks out of it to allow the rest of Lollipop to go in, knocking it down and continuing to knock it down. The Knot continuing to throw in clams as well, but it will be a wipeout, but not without a huge amount of points scored. They're down to 41, way below that 60-point threshold already, and they're sitting pretty now with Honkai having to meet them.
I mean, okay, I was that would be a good start, but Wumi, unfortunate bombs, but the game isn't over until you see those caution tapes going across the board, so Honkai is still in this game. They just can't afford to take too many bad fights, because as we see, Lollipop, from what happened from Winners Finals to now, they have learned Honkai's tricks. They've learned the tricks of the trade. They're able to capitalize on that, as I think every time we've seen a member of Lollipop go down, it's been at least a trade. They've at least been getting some value out of it, and that's kind of kept Honkai at bay. They really haven't been able to do a whole lot, as we're about halfway, we're a little less than halfway through the game, and Honkai are just now threatening to score. However, they have a lot of clams with them, as 2 balls are going to go in, but no follow-up, so they're going to get down to 60. Never mind, Kabi with a 3rd power, with the shot getting a couple more down to 31. Talk about striking back quickly.
The pity and 2 balls being formed. A nice pick there from Kabi from that Zuka, continuing to cause damage as well. Honkai have not given up on this push at all, as the duel between between Titan and them will go in the favor of Titan, but still, just like that, in the blink of an eye, Honkai are back in the fight. That is a really, really hard lead to come back from, and Honkai did it within a matter of mere moments here. Now with a 10-point advantage, the Zuka kills are going both sides here. 2 players down for Lollipop to try to come back from that initial push by Lollipop, but still, it has been back and forth just how like I envisioned, but it seems like both these teams have had no issues at all trying to get the ball in the basket.
Yeah, I think what happens, especially right now, is they're getting the kills, it's just they're not able to really capitalize on that. We do see Zephyr in the backline, they're gonna get shut down as well, and that's kind of the positive and negative, is you're getting trades, so you're not able to fully capitalize off a main advantage, off a special advantage, because you know you can go even with your opponents. Though Honkai looking to strike forward again, unfortunately one's gonna go down, and Lollipop able to get most of mid in their color. Woomy on this left hand side on the wall, just trying to stay alive. They're gonna get found out, gonna be forced to pop a crab just to stay alive, able to fend off the members of Lollipop, able to stay alive, but with the help of a teammate, and with about a minute to go, Lollipop, they're gonna have to push up if they want to win this game.
Yeah, and they need to, especially since Honkai has a strong hold, at least on this mid side here. You see Taro with this edit raining down ink fire, and just like that, a wipeout for Honkai will lead through this situation, proving even more dire, as Honkai will now allow themselves to get a push in. You see the amount of clams that Honkai has. It could potentially go for a knockout. One more clam is all is needed for Honkai to secure this, because in Splatoon, no lead is ever safe until a full knockout, but it will not be the case as Lollipop will at least hold on, but by a hair, now with overtime as their last chance to stay in this.
I mean, if you look at the score difference, Lollipop, they have to score about 67 points to even get close to Honkai's score. If you're Honkai, you're looking pretty good here because you have a minute, or Lollipop has a minute to force it down mid, basically, as Kabi on the left-hand side able to get a pick on the ball. That's not what you want to see. Lollipop at this point has to try to rush it in. Kabi able to get another pick before going down as well. Honkai gonna go 3 down, but I think that it's actually a bit too late for Lollipop and Honkai with a very, very good response after what happened in game number 1.
It only took a mere moments for that to completely turn. I mean, we saw the accumulation of clams, the quick pace of that they were played with, that they were able to get those clams, and I looked up at one moment, I believe they had like 29 clams compared to Lollipop's 3 when they were building up that push, and once 2 members of Lollipop went down, an opportunity presented itself, and the floodgates immediately opened with all 3 of those balls being scored in 5 seconds there, and continuously they were able to score even more to knock it down to that 3-point mark. But now with both these teams putting a game on the scoreboard, think of it as a best of 3 now, best of 3 in grand finals, but Lollipop did definitely show themselves some fight there. I mean, you saw that initial speed they played with in that opening push, just met with an even more aggressive, fast, and just overall dominating force in Honkai.
I mean, I think we've talked about this multiple times. They just Lollipop just lost one really, really bad team fight, and from there, the snowball just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and that resulted in Honkai getting a really, really nice push. And now the question becomes, whose momentum is better? As you know, Lollipop took game 1, but Honkai responded super well, and can they carry this as we go to game number 3, Tower Control Mako Mart?
Now, I think this is a very, very interesting map for what both teams really like to run. I mean, you saw both teams running that Kizuka, specifically the Squeezer on one side and the V-Shot on the other. I believe that could provide for a very interesting interaction because basically one-on-one, if assumedly you'd have an even fight, the Squeezer with that wall would be able to have the advantage here. But it's really, I think that's the matchup that I'm just keeping my eye on, because those Slayers, those that initiate the fight, those spearheads to your team can create so many opportunities that both these teams have been able to take advantage of. The problem is getting there to begin with.
Yeah, let's see which team can take better chance of these opportunities, as we're going to see Zephyr switch over to the bucket, or the vanilla bucket, for those strikes, the GG strikes of course, and the same side, same thing on Honkai, both teams going for GG strikes, which, you know what, it's tower control, why not go with what works? We do see Honkai immediately attacking that right side with 3 members there, at least to provide some support. Unfortunately, Lollipop gonna go 2 down immediately, and Honkai's pushes and start super quickly.
Yeah, trying to continue their hot hand that they had in that previous game. Kabi will pull out that Zuka, almost finds 2 there, but just a little short here, as they will now be taking this fight with LeBron. LeBron will come out on top there, and you see Woomy has Crab available. That Crab can provide so valuable, but not if it's lost in that fight there. The cooler, though, actually will be placed, so that Crab will still be had down to the very funny number now. Honkai continues to try to push towards their side, as this push is not yet over for Honkai at all.
Yeah, it's not over, but Lollipop trying to put a stamp on that push as quick as possible. Kabi trying to go for just stay alive at least. Titan's gonna get some damage onto them, but Honkai's push, you said it's over, but they're still going. They still have at least control of tower. LeBron able to get another member of Lollipop. Kabi here forced to back with the cooler. That might be very, very big help. They do have Bazooka. They do decide to pop it, unable to find one with the first or the second, looking for someone with the third. Wumi's gonna go down, and Honkai is looking to keep up this aggression, not looking to give any more space than needed.
Yeah, but still, Lollipop are fighting for every inch of ink here, still not allowing them to advance any further than they have here. And we're almost nearing past 2 minutes, and Honkai has only gone the first checkpoint despite them being in, I'd say, the more advantageous momentum side of things, as Lollipop have been holding firm. Now with the cooler and 2 players down for Honkai, and you see the Zuka coming out as well. It may be their turn to push, and it is, especially with the Tri-Strikes forcing Taro to back out.
Yeah, but how far can they go, as we do see a flank from Honkai, able to get 3 members down, stopping that push before it even had a chance to start. And Honkai may be able to get a little bit further. Taro gonna stay on tower. Zephyr is gonna go down for Lollipop. 2 down for Honkai. 3 down for Honkai. LeBron with a very, very nice triple to stop the bleeding before it gets even worse. And now Lollipop with an opportunity here to possibly get some more points on the board.
Yeah, this crab will get denied. I was gonna say this crab could be vital for that defense, but never mind since Lollipop took it out. And that Neo Splash as well. Both defensive specials are out of commission. And continuing with this, Lollipop will try to get this lead and steal it from under the noses of Honkai. 3 players are down. It's just left to the Neo Splash on the side of Honkai to really contest this. You see the suction bombs going out to try desperately to see if they can force them off the tower, but it will be for naught, as all it takes is Tri-Strikes, and that's what is needed in order to knock them off, but not for that long, as they are still desperately trying to throw everything they have to try to make this lead even larger, but it will not be the case, as LeBron, the last Lollipop member standing, will fall, and it will be a delayed wipe, resetting things back to mid, as Honkai will try to retake their lead right back.
I mean, even though it is a 20-point lead, that's not a long distance, especially on this map. Unfortunately there for Muli, but this map is really condensed, so 20 points can go by in the blink of an eye. And I feel like that momentum that Honkai had at the very beginning, where they were getting consistent picks, where they were getting these consistent kills, it's kind of evaporated at this point, because now Lollipop is taking full control of the map. Basically, they have full confidence in their fights, as Titan able to get a trade, very beneficial for the members of Lollipop. Another one is gonna go down. Wumi's gonna go down again. The Splash is gonna go down with less than a minute to go. Lollipop looking to add even more onto their lead.
Yeah, continuing to keep the ball rolling, and you need to do it against a fierce comeback team like Honkai. A quick shutdown of that crab will allow Lollipop to advance, especially with these Tri-Strikes as well, but from Zephyr trying to narrow down on this Neo Splash, but the Neo Splash will come out on top here. You see the specials going out from both sides to try to hold things desperately, but it seems like Honkai, that blue wave, will continue to move forward. 27 seconds left, 2 specials available, and 2 players down for Lollipop. Now an opening may present itself for them to steal this late in overtime.
I mean, it's gonna have to start right now with 15 seconds remaining. Honkai is gonna at least step on tower Lollipop. They have to build their specials. That's a good start. One going to go down. Wumi with the crab, trying to find one in the corner. It's not gonna work. They're gonna get on tower. Gonna get LeBron. They're gonna get a trade. Titan still on tower. Honkai are not gonna remain on tower, and that is Lollipop able to steal game number 2. So the very beginning looked so bad for them. They were down, they were getting pushed in by Honkai over and over and over again, but they held strong, they took a lead, and the momentum completely shifted into Lollipop's favor, and now looking to bring us our first bracket reset of Prism Break history.
Yeah, welcome to all who just came in. We are in grand finals of Prism Break. Lollipop up 2-1, the victors of the losers bracket, looking to knock at the doorstep and try to force that bracket reset, like Topic just mentioned here, the first of Prism Break history, as Honkai, the number 1 seed, has put themselves, are now down 1-2 in this series here. So now everything will rely on at least one step at a time, and that first step that Honkai needs to take is winning game number 4, which is a very, very classic zones map. It's flat zones, Barnacle, and Dime. Topic.
Yes, I love the Z-shaped Tetris piece. Is that your favorite Tetris piece? Because it's my favorite Tetris piece. I love this Tetris piece.
He spins.
Yeah. So now, if you're Honkai, right? You know, you've had your fun. You've had well, not with the game, of course. Honkai sucks, but you've had your fun with Splatoon. You've kind of danced around. Now you're on your back foot. You you need to, because I think they've shown that, especially in that third game, they had a really strong opening. Is that they couldn't capitalize on that. They were getting members down, but they weren't getting kills. They were getting trades, and that was their downfall. And now going to game 4, you gotta confirm those kills. You get those confirmed kills. You get Lollipop staggered. You win this game.
Yeah, Lollipop looking to do something that nobody that comes out of the losers bracket has ever done yet. A lot of things reside on this, but still, even if they falter, Lollipop still has an opportunity in Game 5, but they can't even bother to think about that right now because you win this and you can force history. Now, this zone is very large, and it will provide a great challenge for both these teams to go through. So backline, each other's backline is going to be key into painting the zone. The edit on Honkai's side and the pencil on Lollipop's. You see LeBron there with a quick double with the gal will backstab Lollipop, continuing to cause damage. A quick 1-2-3 piece, and now Lollipop with strong control of the zone.
I mean, yeah, remember, if you look at Lollipop, they do have the pencil. Honkai does not have, they do have a backline with the heavy edit, but they don't have one with such range as Rumi with a long-range snipe onto Titan. Maybe Honkai can start their push going, but the problem becomes, can you move the pencil? Can you get the pencil out of position? That's what they're going to try to do. LeBron staying alive, and the members of Honkai their resources are going to be used up, but they're going to just force their way in. They have main advantage, and they will finally get their first control of zone, pushing the members of Honkai or Lollipop back even further, getting 1, getting 2, and taking a whole lot of space while they're at it.
I mean, a great push from Lollipop, but Honkai could provide themselves an opportunity here. No penalty to worry about at all. You see all the specials are lit up for them. You see the cooler being placed as well, so those specials will come online no matter what. The first Zuka is being popped, but a counter Zuka from Titan will find its mark. 2 players down as Kavi tries to take out Titan as revenge for taking out their teammates. You see the tri-strikes coming out from Lollipop, and the quick pencil as well will force the quick zone pop just like that, as the pencil from Lollipop will go down, but their damage is already done, as now it is penalty that Honkai has to work through.
Yeah, but so far, they've been looking pretty well. Zephyr is gonna go down. LeBron forced to jump out. Titan forced to at least back away. However, one is going to be saved, and there is the Zuka for Lollipop. They need to make this really big. They do have one special at the ready. A second one is at the ready as well, looking for an opportune moment to strike for Lollipop, as Honkai just needs to hold on. They're 10 ticks away from taking the lead. There's the whale. LeBron's gonna drop. There's the Zuka. There's the strikes. Everything in the kitchen sink is gonna come out at Honkai, but they're gonna hold on strong. They're gonna get the lead, get a member of Lollipop down, actually. So they benefited from that, and Lollipop forced to just kind of run forward. Looks like they're not gonna break through. Woomy with the crab to put a stamp onto that game, and here we are. Game number 5. Honkai looking to not be made history, and Lollipop looking to make history with our first bracket reset.
The pressure and the suspense continues to build, Topic. We are even now 2-2. Everything, like you just mentioned, relies on this pivotal Game 5. I mean, we've seen a back and forth not only in how these maps have been played, but in the series. And if trends will continue, Honkai will fall to Lollipop with this punchback. But we saw a really strong game there from Honkai. I mean, we saw that it was less contested, at least compared to all the other games, and that's saying a lot because all the other games were pretty contested. So it is really impressive to see both these teams really just learn from each other, and we saw their special usage continue to improve time and time again, and we just saw how Honkai's was just slightly better with the Zuka shots finding their target, and really they went down to like the 27 points there, Lollipop that is, but Honkai with their initial push just never looked back, kept that foot on that pedal, and now game number 5, Undertow Spillway Rainmaker awaits us.
And now this is, whenever I think of this map mode, I think of speed. Which team can break the checkpoint first, and which team can just steamroll, because this map, that kind of happened, especially, well, no, it goes from speed to kind of like stall, because if you decide to go with that left side route, which a lot of teams go to because it's a lot safer, you are kind of stuck on this elbow where you're at a supreme height advantage. You kind of have to use a lot of resources just to break through, and just a matter becomes which team will take better advantage of this war of attrition.
Yeah, let's see if there's any comp changes. None from Honkai. Wouldn't be surprised if nope, no real changes at all. But you see LeBron go back to that signature knot that we saw them play in losers bracket finals. So now a very, very, very interesting opportunity awaits, as now we see Lollipop with that very aggressive comp with the knot and the shot. Very, very fighty, and what more a fighty comp to be played on Rainmaker here now. A very, very hard Rainmaker map to play, obviously, after that first checkpoint, but still, if there's any team that can do it, we saw Lollipop do it, but already Honkai continue to make their aggressive playstyle known, as they will transport that first checkpoint and get it.
I mean, they're just trying to make sure they stay out of the history books, but Lollipop able to quickly respond. LeBron with the splashdown's gonna get two before going down to Taro, unfortunately, but Honkai now looking to back up right away. Titan, though, able to get two with the Zuka, so that's basically a delayed wipe for Honkai. One more is gonna jump in, they're gonna go down as well, but Honkai with a very, very quick strike, and now it's up to Lollipop to respond.
Yeah, continuous pressure from Honkai, though, continuously meeting Lollipop in this mid control here, so yet again forcing another team fight victory for Lollipop to even advance here, but it is going to be very hard to do so, especially since you see the double Zuka that Honkai has, that constant pressure that they can entail from a long distance. You see the quick trades going back and forward, and will go in actually favor of Lollipop, as Honkai just left with Taro, but Taro gets the key pick onto the Rainmaker, and that's all they really needed to do, at least buy the rest of their team time to get back into the fight.
I mean, so far it's been working out. Honkai able to get a couple more trades, as they are gonna go 1-for-1. LeBron's gonna go down as well. Wumi trying to go for the pencil here. Sunny not quite able to do it. Titan with the Zuka is gonna get shut down as well, and what looked so good for Lollipop in the beginning turned into a nightmare, as Honkai is gonna get 3 down and continue this push going. Wumi gonna use the crab to kind of force their team into that little elbow choke area. The Zuka is gonna come out as well for Honkai. Zephyr is gonna go down as well. As you can see, the base of Lollipop is painted all yellow. Wumi, the red carpet's gonna be rolled out, gonna get down to 14. That is a lead you want to see. LeBron with a splash that will put an end to that, but they have a very, very steep mountain to climb.
Yeah, and they only did that with half the game passing. I mean, what a push from Honkai. Now all the pressure on Lollipop. The tournament on the line here, but it all starts with this first checkpoint. One player from Lollipop's side does go down. Both shots now out of commission. You see the Zuka finding its target, trying to make that Rainmaker do a little dance to avoid itself, but actually 3 members of Honkai will fall, so now an opportunity for Lollipop to get back into this. They need to get this Rainmaker popped and fast, as the window is closing rapidly.
And yeah, the members of Honkai are back. They're responding, bringing special. They do have a cooler at the ready. They're close to a crab. LeBron able to at least shut down the crab before he even gets started. Zephyr, LeBron, and Titan are all there. There's the Zuka. The carpet's gonna be rolled out. Sunny, 1 point away. Not able to do it, but Lollipop with the wipeout on the Honkai, and that will do it. And with that, at the very last second, here we are. Lollipop has made history for Prism Break. They are the first team to force a bracket reset. You know what? It was gonna happen eventually. Why not happen now? Honkai, if the momentum is completely into Lollipop's favor. They were down early. They lost game 4. It was 2-1, or it was 2-2. They're like, hey, we need a bounce back, definitive win, and that is exactly what they got, as we are going to our first like I said before, our first bracket reset in Prism Break history.
I mean, what a way to do it as well. I saw that 14-point total that came out from Honkai. That's all they had left to score, and I was like, that is going to be a very tough hill to climb. It is going to take some time. It is going to take a lot of constant pushes. Nope, Lollipop just said, I got this, and went straight for the goal with continuous team fight time and time and time again. And what a way to do so. Now, yet like you mentioned, the stakes cannot be higher. Our first bracket reset, Honkai now definitely shaking a little bit from that loss, but now, since things are evened up, it is do or die time for both teams now as we look at our set here. Game number 1 provides a very interesting first map, being Shipshape Cargo Zones.
Okay, I'm sorry, but you know what? Shout out to our streamer Jorian. A perfect song. It's going down now. You know Lollipop has come here to disturb the peace. So they are here to make history. As we, like you said, we're going to go to game number 1. Splat Zones, Ship-Shape Cargo, Lollipop, Honkai. Let's get into it.
Yeah, and since Lollipop are the first team to force a bracket reset, they could potentially be the first team to be the Grand Finals winners after losing in the winners bracket and clawing their way from losers bracket here. But let's see how things go, as we are still sticking with both the same similar comps. LeBron on that Nautilus, of course, and it is fierce. These teams have known each other for a long time. They've gone a while to know each other, so let's see how they interact here as Honkai gets the first early cap.
Yeah, but they're gonna get punished for it with an immediate 2 down. LeBron with the splashdown in the wings, in the air, in the bats. Unfortunately, they're gonna go down, but not before getting copied. But unfortunately for the members of Lollipop, they're also gonna go 3 down. So Honkai with a chance to do more, but LeBron with a nice pick there, able to at least get a trade out of it. And Honkai looking to just hold on as Zephyr can get another one. Titan with the Zuka able to get another pick. Lollipop throwing everything they can to Honkai, and so far it's working out for them.
It is, but Lollipop are still fighting here. This is the fight that showed why they were the first players to claw back, but Honkai are trying to make sure that although, yes, they did lose that previous set and they did get bracket resetted on, they are still winning this entire tournament. That is what they're thinking, but with 3 players down, LeBron tries to end this with a wipeout, and it will be the case, a delayed wipeout in favor of Lollipop. Now, without any penalty to worry about, they want to get a lockout situation here and try to break the hearts of Honkai even further.
I mean, yeah, look at Lollipop. They have their defenses up. They have specials in response to the specials, to the Zuka, to the Crab. Unfortunately, the arc shot will get it. LeBron's gonna go down as well. Zephyr looking to continue to fight. Gonna get 1, gonna get 2 in the trade. Very worth it. In fact, Titan with another one. That's gonna be 3 down for the members of Honkai. The members of Lollipop are gonna jump back. And despite that looking super bad for Lollipop, they came out on top as they were able to hold on to zone and even take the lead out of it.
Yeah, an impressive hold by them, and that was all led by Titan just staying alive there. You see LeBron on this left side with the splashdown. Will try to find a victim there. Won't quite hit its mark, but 15 ticks are left for Lollipop to potentially go for the KO here. Kabi will find 1, but will there be enough ink on the zone to contest it? You see the shot trying to throw everything, and they would just barely cap it to force the massive penalty down to 1 tick, but now we're looking at knockout territory for Honkai to win this. But Lollipop being able to punch back time and time again, it is almost just to be expected from them.
I mean, look at this already. They got Honkai 2 down again. They got rid of their cooler effects. That's really a useful spot. LeBron with the splashdown, not able to get anything, but big create some space for them. But Titan here on that bottom side trying to go for a bit of a flank, forcing jump away. Thankfully, he's able to get out. But now Honkai just has to hold on here. They pop the Zuka, they pop the Crab, they have the Cooler. The members of Lollipop all kind of forced into that little area. Titan with the Zuka, not able to get anything out of it. LeBron's going to go down. A lot of bloodshed being done here. Titan going to go for the zone, but unfortunately for them, they were a second too late. And Honkai will take game number 1 in a nail biter.
If this is how the first game is setting up our bracket reset, we are in for a doozy topic. I mean, we saw how close that first set was, and it's somehow getting even closer and more down to the wire. I mean, seriously, Lollipop getting it down to 1 tick, and Honkai looking like they were in very dangerous territory and hard to come back from. They said, nope, we are still here. This is why we won winner's bracket pretty dominantly. We swept this team in winner's bracket, so we know them well. We know how to beat them. We just need to show you how, and they showed us for sure. Now Honkai up 1-0 here. Let's see if they can continue the success as we move through this set.
I mean, listen, this is exactly how the first game started, or the first game of Grand Final started, right? No, actually, no, reverse. But it was a very, very close game number 1. I would not be surprised to see a very, very close game number 2, game 3, game 4, game 5. These next 4 games are going to be some of the closest we've seen in Prison Break, but let's see. It all starts with, we're going back to the market with Hagglefish Market Tower Control. You know, as you know my opinions on this map already. It's possibly one of the most Final Destination, salt and pepper, Doritos, Marvel movies map of all time. The most kind of bland map, on kind of bog standard. But with tower control, there's some paprika. There's a little bit of seasoning to it, you know?
You stole the words right out of my mouth, Topic. I was gonna say just a little bit of salt there to make things a little bit more flavorful, would you say? But what I mapped to really push through, and it's all gonna really come down, I believe, to that second checkpoint, to that ramp. I've said it time and time again. That is the really difficult spot that you really need to get through. So let's see what these two teams really come up with, as I believe, in terms of special usage here, I think Honkai with that Crab could have a very, very narrow advantage.
I mean, yeah, because we've seen Crab be very, very, very good on this map mode in particular, but so far, looks like they're not going to get a chance to use it, as another one's going to go down. That's going to be 2 down for Honkai off the rip. There's Titan with the Zuka going to get paused, forcing Wumi to jump to a very precarious position, able to survive a little bit longer. LeBron able to play janitor there, get some cleanup there on that onto Wumi, and now Lollipop with no real contest, able to break through the first checkpoint, marching towards the second.
Continuing to chug along, met only by that Zuka. A Zuka duel, if you will now commence, as down to the 48 tick. Titan will try to be that spearhead towards Lollipop's hold here, trying to move that tower ever so more forward here, managing to take out their counterpart in Honkai's shot as well, and they're still moving here, Topic. I mean, the Cooler down as well with the edit down on the other side. 2 players down for Honkai. They are just chugging along, potentially going for this 3rd checkpoint as well, with no momentum being lost at all.
I mean, they're just winning their fights. Kabi able to do that there, and with Lollipop, they're gonna get at least 2 members down. Titan is gonna be the last one remaining to go down for Lollipop, but you want to talk about sending a message so early, and that's exactly what they did. Their first push, that was 1 push of the game. That lasted in a minute 30. That lasted 90 seconds. We are about 2 minutes into this game, and Honkai has yet to get onto the board. If you're a Lollipop, that's what you want to do. You want to send the message early. You want to just prove that, hey, we came here to win, and win we're going to do, no matter who's in front of us. LeBron with the flank, however, not able to find one with the splashdown. Unfortunately, they're able to get one, though, a quick trade out of it, and Lollipop not looking to let Honkai get any more game wins here.
Yeah, but when you think about both these teams and how the previous set and this set has turned out so far, I mean, when was the last game that we saw the opening team who scored first and was able to get a good score first really win it? I mean, you have to think, I believe, like, early in the grand finals bracket where one of these teams were able to do that. So it is definitely not over for Honkai, as both teams have been able to come back from what seemed like just large leads that almost seemed impossible to do, but both these teams have made it possible here. But so far, Honkai have found it a little bit difficult, as Lollipop have really clamped down on this midpoint there. You see LeBron with the Nautilus, and you see the pencil lurking in the background as well, maybe he's trying to soften up these members of Honkai. But yet again, Lollipop are pushing along.
And yeah, they, like you said, they keep on chugging along. An unfortunate bomb kill is gonna at least stop the defense from Honkai for a little bit. Woomy gonna be pressured here, force it back, because right now, Lollipop, they're in a really prime spot to keep this going. We do see the members of Honkai on trying to hold this ramp. LeBron with the splashdown, able to get one. Taro is gonna go down as well, so that's gonna be no cooler for Honkai. 3 down, that's a wipeout. Honkai, unfortunate timing there as Lollipop able to get to the 3rd checkpoint and break it with no contest. Taro there on top, able to at least get them stopped. Zephyr isn't able to confirm the kill on Kabi and Lollipop. You want to talk about dominant. You want to talk about overbearing. You want to talk about just straight domination or whatever. That is the game to point to. Honkai scored 8 points. They scored 8 points. They didn't get Tower out of the midsection. It was just great. I have no more words. It was just great.
I mean, I don't think I've seen a closer set between two teams. I mean, obviously because it forced bracket reset, but even in this bracket reset, it is still close. Now, yet again, it is basically a 3-game set as both teams have won on the board, and that game right there, that ending by Lollipop, gave me a very quick flashback to how they won Grand Finals and forced the bracket reset on Undertow Spillway Rainmaker with that quick wipeout at the end after Sunny fell. Sunny, that pencil player for Lollipop, was dancing on top of the tower, but quickly able to force yet another wipeout just like that in the nick of time, just coming up clutch. It is... I'm also left without words here. I mean, I'm not sure what more can be said, but we know what these teams like to run. We just need to see what they like to... We just want to see what type of strategy they bring. I mean, what type of momentum they bring here, because it is really hard to pick favorites anymore, or even try to see what team has the edge, because you bet against one team and they will prove you wrong, and that goes for both teams.
Oh, I don't like Honkai Star Rail, so that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say there. But on the side of Lollipop, they are going back to their double Splatling comp, which we've seen versus Incognito, and how dominant they were. Well, will they be able to do that against Honkai? I highly doubt it, but I do expect them to kind of use that never-ending bullet fire to just suppress the members of Honkai. There's going to be a very, very early cooler. Zephyr gonna go down, unfortunately, but Kabi gonna go down on the side of Honkai. Woomy and the shot there for Honkai, trying to go a bit aggressive here, but unfortunately, they're gonna go down. LeBron in the back lines, able to get to keep their team in, and now here's, of course, from Lollipop getting started.
Yeah, just chugging along, continuing to move, trying to get to this first checkpoint, which is usually a gentleman's agreement, but no, Honkai are there to meet them in the middle. They're forcing that Rainmaker to go back into its shield and allowing the rest of Honkai to try to creep up back into this mid. The cooler being popped as well, and all members of Honkai are in the general vicinity trying to deathball themselves towards this, brute force it, if you will. The Zuka here trying to slow down Lollipop a little bit, but it is very, very contested in mid here, as barely either team has not yet found much success or ground to speak of. But of course, as soon as I say that, Lollipop will find a little bit on this right side.
I mean, we all love the commentator's curse, and there's Kabi with another Zuka going for the Rainmaker Titan, getting a fresh haircut, just barely surviving that Zuka shot, but unfortunately they're are going to go down. But now Honkai with an opportunity to get on the board. However, LeBron does have the splash that they're ready, forced to pop it to stay alive. They're going to go down. The Rainmaker for Honkai is going to go down as well. And Lollipop, they're just looking super, super strong. But Honkai are in striking distance of the checkpoint.
Yeah, right there, you see the painting from Woomy trying to find an opening for the rest of Honkai to move in. LeBron on this right side can try to get in a backstab here. Kavi has no idea, trying to make their presence known. Maybe could potentially cap this, but just like that, managing to take the lead, Honkai will make it a very, very close game yet again, but still, either team has not yet gotten the first checkpoint, which is usually a given on this map topic.
I mean, yeah, so if you're Lollipop, you're really not stressing out because they didn't break the checkpoint, and thankfully, the Rainmaker resets, so no commentator's curse yet, but they didn't break the checkpoint, so those 2 points, those are not really points, if that makes sense. They're so easy to break that it doesn't really affect anything. But Honkai, though, looking really, really strong. They do have a Zuka out, but the Rainmaker barrier is yet to fall. Sunny on the heavy edit, able to stop them. Woomy going for it again. They're just defending dunks like Draymond Green in the paint, and that will be the end of Honkai's push as Lollipop now trying to go on the offensive here.
The constant basketball parallels, we can make them all day, but continuing with this, both teams have played really great defense. I mean, we've seen it. Usually in the other sets, we see one team take a commanding lead and then the other punches right back, but this is just Stonewall versus Stonewall that both teams are facing here. LeBron trying to get something going on this right flank, but it is a full lot of neutral here as both teams try to find an opportunity, but finally the backstab comes in from LeBron, finding 1, 2, 3, knocking them all down from behind with that Nautilus. And just off of that solo effort, Lollipop are able to find themselves in the lead, trying to chug along towards this second checkpoint, towards their goal, but it is only time left in no man's land, and a quick wipeout will shut that down. But what a flank by LeBron.
I mean, yeah, we're under a minute to go. Honkai has still yet to break through the barrier, but they're looking to do it right now. Will Lollipop come in clutch? Unfortunately, yes, they are! Hold on. They were able to come in clutch with the Zuka from downtown like Steph Curry draining threes. Woomy popping the crowd to try to stay alive. They're going to stay alive, but the Rainmaker going the long way around, going to take the scenic route to try to stall out as much time as possible. Sunny here in this corner. 30 seconds left to go. They can't afford to go down here and take a bad fight, and they're doing just that. They're trying to stall as much clock as possible, and so far it's working out for them.
Yeah, Sunny playing it safe on this right side will force Honkai's hand, will force them to play hyper-aggressive here, but the Zuka comes in to snipe that Rainmaker here and shut down Sunny. Now going for the checkpoint will yet again be denied, as it seems like just unable to get that checkpoint. I believe that was 3 times that they tried to get that checkpoint on the right side and failed, and then went on the left side, same story. But yet again, we are seeing a great effort coming from Lollipop, and for the first time in the previous set and now this set, a back-to-back.
Okay, I just want to... That Lollipop's defense of the checkpoint, it reminded me of LeBron in the 2016 finals. And you know the exact one I'm talking about. That the rundown block, but it was just like out of nowhere. They just kept getting the kills that they needed at the Rainmaker pedestal. With also the out of nowhere Zuka. What? That just happened. And Lollipop, the momentum's in your favor 100% after such a clutch victory, not letting go of the checkpoint. You have their opportunity to end the set right here, not go to game 5, as we're going to go to the Ramen Bowl, Flat Zones Robo Ramen.
I mean, to add on to the analogy of blocked by James, I mean, you saw LeBron get that flank with that Nautilus that knocked out 3 members of Honkai and led Lollipop to get that lead in the first place, which allowed them to sit comfortably with around minute 30 left. So I mean, come on, this is literally the 2016 finals between Warriors Cavs. Like, are you serious? But yeah, Robo Ramen awaits us, and it is a smaller zone compared to others, so it is going to be very, very interesting to see if these teams take that flank route. But honestly, I'm just running out of things to say, Topic, because Lollipop, like you mentioned, do have the hot hand, and since they are the first team to force bracket reset, I remind you, this could be the first team to win the entire Grand Finals, win Prism Break, being knocked down to the losers.
Yeah, so I would not be surprised if both teams decide to go Tri-Strikes. Because as we saw in the losers finals with Lollipop and Incognito, Tri-Strikes, you throw them correctly, you just take the zone, no questions asked, see you in the morning, right? So I would not be surprised to see that, but enough speculation. We are hopping into our potential final game of our bracket reset. I think the only change from either side is Zephyr going with the V bucket, and other than that, no changes from either side.
Yeah, and you mentioned those Tri-Strikes. There they are. I mean, on that bucket. Interestingly, not chosen by Honkai, still rolling with that double Zuka, but so far it's working really, really efficiently as Honkai have everything to fight for. They had the advantage with coming out of the winner's bracket, so they didn't have to worry too much about losing that first one, but now down 2-1 in bracket reset is where they need to play all their cards efficiently, and so far they've been doing a pretty good job at it, but the specials are here. The Tri-Strike and Zuka will force the zone switch.
I mean, yeah, the kitchen sink is thrown at you. You're gonna be forced out of it as this shot is able to get at least one before going down. Kabi with the Zuka, barely not able to get Sunny. So Lollipop able to at least keep their cooler active, and there it is. The cooler is gonna be popped. Honkai with counter cooler in response. I expect a lot of fighting. One's gonna go down on either side. Woomy gonna get trapped within the splashdown from LeBron Taro. The last one in zone gonna get collapsed on this shot. Gonna jump in just in time to save their life. Woomy gonna jump in and go down to the suction bomb, unfortunately, and Lollipop will take control of zone and eat through their penalty. And now Honkai on the bit of their back foot. They have a lot of time, but they can't rest now.
Yeah, and rest they are not. Honkai, just like that, will force 3 players down, and Honkai back in control of the zone with that V-shot, having Zuka available. Now trying to take a more advantageous position. Also, Woomy with the crab. This is so dangerous and deadly for them. This crab is in such a great position for them to really operate and provide that space. But not only that, to delay the push and the counterattack from Lollipop, and they're doing it really effectively. You saw 3 players go down, and Kabi forces the delayed wipe as well. This could go knockout territory.
I mean, so far, it looks like they're trying to do that. The only special that Lollipop has is Zephyr Strikes. They're gonna pop it. Titan with the Zuka's gonna get out. 1's gonna go down. 2 gonna go down. Lollipop surrounding the zone. They're able to get it and just fend off Honkai's final push, or Honkai's final hold, as now Lollipop looking to do the same for themselves. Titan able to just barely hold on to their life here as they're gonna get chased down by Kabi, and Honkai are just trying to go back into zone. There's one of the Zukas gonna get popped, able to flip the zone rather uncontestedly, and now Lollipop, they need to regather, they need to refocus, they need to re-up on their resources, but a quick 3 downs will make that very, very difficult for them.
A constant amount of aggression that Honkai is showing. Look at how far up Kabi and Woomy are, just constantly throwing these bombs, allowing no space to operate, and still forcing these picks, as well as 2 players go down for Lollipop, and it might not be enough for them to even come back from this. There might not be enough time. That is, 5 ticks are left. 3 players from Honkai stand in their face, and yup, it will not be the case. Honkai will force Game 5 yet again. We will have another Game 5, but this time, this will be the last match you will be seeing. Game 5 in bracket reset. Everything on the line here, and this feels scripted, Topic. I don't know what to say. It's like, this has gone down to the wire time and time and time again, and what better than a Game 5 bracket reset?
You know, we've been making a lot of basketball references this entire time. You know what this feels like to me? It feels like Magic Johnson in the Lakers versus Larry Bird in the Celtics. Just two heavyweights just going back and forth, and this will be the end. This is game 7 of the NBA Finals. This is win or go home in the most extreme sense possible. So here we are, game number 5. You know what? I'm excited to say the least, as we are going to go to one of the most open map modes, or most open maps, one of the most okay modes for this map, Tower Control, Museum d'Alfonsino, our final match of this Prison Break tourney.
Yeah, it's actually Clam Blitz, not Tower Control. A little bit of a bug there, but Clam Blitz Museum, what a more volatile, more fighty map to really end things off with. I mean, we have seen how both these teams have played on Clams, and it turns out like a typical Clams match. I mean, obviously the key moment...
Wait, it was Clams? Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
I mean, the key moment was obviously that comeback that I believe Honkai was able to do with, like, where... what was it? Where Lollipop was able to knock it down to 30 points, and Honkai were able to build 3 balls and bring back the lead just like that. So it is the most volatile game mode in Splatoon. Splatoon is very volatile in itself, but let's see what these two teams have for us. No comp changes, really switching back to that Gal for Lollipop, though, as 3 members go down for Lollipop. Sunny alone with that cooler will have to fend off the line alone.
Yeah, but Kabi with the first score of the game. Honkai looking to keep the bleeding going, getting it down to 65. Moving with more clams in reserve. The crab is going to be popped. They're going to get a couple pot shots on, but not enough to get any kills there. Taro going to get 1 more clam in, and you want to talk about aggression. First 30 seconds of the game, gonna get down to 56. Honkai not looking to let go of anything. Just going to go no holds bar, blow for blow for Lollipop. That's exactly what they're gonna do, as Honkai instead gonna go 2 down. Both because gonna be popped. Toro forced to at least throw away the ball to save their own life.
Yeah, but still, a great initial push, setting the pace for Honkai, but I mean, no lead is ever safe in this series. I mean, we've seen comeback from both teams time and time again, but we see Lollipop making their presence known. Now, with that first initial barrier push, will there be any follow-up, though, as Honkai, with the strong defense here we see, will force Lollipop running for the hills, and that is a very dangerous thing to do to a team like Honkai. Get a push in and allow them to get a pity clam.
Wait a minute, Woomy in the back. Okay, never mind. Woomy was in the backlines of Lollipop trying to get something going. Titan is going to pop the Zuka to try to get a couple of picks, not able to find anything. And now Lollipop, despite not getting a lot after their first push, they are back here. Woomy with the flank. LeBron is going to shut that down almost immediately. And now Honkai, almost a complete 180 what happened earlier, are forced on their back foot. Lollipop going to pop it again. Zephyr with 1. Woomy's gonna go down as well. The scoring is gonna continue. LeBron with the splashdown, able to get a couple more picks, down to 46, 43, still going. And that will be it. You want to talk about swing of the pendulum? This is exactly what you mean. Zephyr with 1 more clam, getting it down to 40. We're halfway through this game, and this is very, very volatile. This is anyone's game at the moment.
Yeah, but remember, Honkai has 2 balls to their name. They already saved 1 from that defense, plus their pity, and they are rolling through this. 2 players are down from Lollipop, now 3. It is just left to LeBron left in that with the pencil as well, now finally respawning here. Honkai now have the opportunity to take this lead straight back at them here. You see the bombs being thrown, the constant green wave that is coming in from Honkai here to try to take this, and just waiting in the reins is that ball, and just like that, the lead is taken just like that. The Zuka popped as well, and more clams thrown in, trying to extend this even further. The volatility, more clams, it keeps going, more, down to 14, 11. Honkai with this push have been able to keep up this pressure, and now put themselves in a great situation with 1:35.
I mean, it's 1 minute, 90 seconds remaining, but we've seen how quickly things can change. We saw Lollipop respond to Honkai's first push. There's no telling how they will respond to the second push, as we're still going. Honkai, though, a lot of momentum in their favor. 2 down again on the side of Lollipop. Another one's going to go down. It's be a delayed wipe. LeBron able to play some defense. However, never mind. Honkai in the back. Hold on, this might be one more clam. And Honkai will fend off the attempts. They'll keep their names out of the history books. Honkai will win Prism Break number 14, our first bracket reset and our first bracket reset game 5. You want to talk about coming down to the wire? You want to talk about bringing your A game? You want to talk about you want I don't know. You want to talk about being Steph Curry carrying the Warriors like every other year? This is what it was. Honkai fending off Lollipop. They were able to get the picks, get them staggered. They were able to get the clams they needed, able to get gigantic pushes, and unfortunately, Lollipop's defense, much like Rudy Gobert, had flaws, and they weren't able to make up for it.
If you get these NBA parallels, I respect you so much. But to those you don't, still, what a tournament it has been. I mean, you mentioned the first bracket reset. Lollipop came in one game away from being the first ever losers bracket winners to win the entire thing, but just a little too late here, as Honkai were able to rally around themselves, able to find that juice that they had deep beneath them, and they were able to close things out. They are your Prism Break 14 champions, and like a famous song once said, it was their golden hour, and they were able to shine. And no, let me have this here, but what a tournament it has been for Honkai. I mean, they were definitely shaking for sure when they were forced into bracket reset, but just like that, they were able to see things through, and I don't think we ever seen a more hyped Prism Break, so I consider us very lucky to be able to see this one topic.
I mean, you know what? You know how I describe this grand finals? It was the story of dreams and nightmares. On the side of Honkai, all the dreams, you fend off everything what happened, and the nightmares, they came for Lollipop. You were right there, but at the very end, it wasn't enough. But it was close. This entire thing was really, really close, and unfortunately, Honkai won. Don't play Star Rail.
Of course you hate the game, but not the players, of course. These players were very resilient for both sides. I mean, we saw this went the whole 10 games at the end, but GG's to them. I mean, I can feel my voice already dying out, but I can mutter out a couple more words here. Obviously, we have the end for us and some housekeeping, so Topic, where can they find you?
Yes, you can find me over on Twitter and Blue Sky at Topical2. Updates about where I'm commentating next, or Ramblings of a Madman, or Dreadringer propaganda. Of course, play Dreadringer. It's the best weapon in the game. Trust me, guys, it's not bad. I promise. Pro charge that it was good one time, please. Yeah, that's it for me. Rocket, what about you?
Yeah, you can find me down there at Rocket_Splat on Twitter and Twitch and Blue Sky. You can find me in Discord just chilling out. And oh my god, I can feel my voice dying already. This was hype though. This was definitely worth losing my voice for. So thank you all for watching this Prism Break. Remember, if you want to vote for the map modes, be sure to do that. We will see you in Prism Break number 15. Thank you to all the staff behind us. Thank you to Jorian for being a very wonderful streamer as always, and we will see you for our next edition.
Yes, of course. We're gonna be back for Prism Break 15, and as always, Rocket, Jorian, you know what to do. To everyone watching this, remember to never stop disturbing the peace.